Alright. Ladies and gentlemen. As I have to say, I'm not really enjoying the fact that, like, in 2026, everyone just deals with spam calls all the time. I don't really like that. Alright. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Hello. Hi. Good morning. It is Friday. I have very exciting stuff. One Shirt Denims is so back. I was trying to think of like a fun Friday title that isn't just Fun Day Friday, but I was like, well, whatever. I couldn't think of anything. 4 Shirt Denims is back to 3 Shirt Denims. Yeah, I think we're so back. All right. I got no voicemails and unknown callers disabled. Damn. Yeah, I can't live like that. Yeah, the spam is just so trash nowadays. I get so many spam calls nowadays. Dude, I get so much trash. Your car's extended warranty. Excuse me, your car's extended warranty. It's like, huh? Are you still interested in this property? It's like, what? What property? What? Job searching, they're selling my number like it's hotcakes to I'm trying to reach you about your stream's extended warranty. I'm trying to reach you about your cat's extended warranty. Please. God. Yeah. Alright, anyways. Enough of that. I don't even own a car and they're sending me emails about my car's warranty. It's like... Alright, man. Is it not bad enough that I have to constantly get, like, letters because I went to the doctor once and they're like, actually, I don't know if you know this, you still owe us money. It's like, didn't I pay this already like 40 times now? Yeah, no, you still owe us money. It's like, okay. Sure. Well, okay. I guess. So, it will double bill forever. I mean, I check every single one every single time. It's always some nonsense. It's like, yeah, I don't know if you know this. Yeah, we did try and go through your insurance and it didn't work, so now you have to pay for it out of pocket. It's like, what? What the fuck is my insurance for? Anyways. I need to figure out my method. I get 0 calls a day. Must be nice. But anyways, we have a lot of exciting stuff to get to. First, getting text surveys about my thoughts on Israel. Anyone else? I wouldn't respond to those. And if you do respond, you should respond positively. Hi, this is the bird outside of your window that is definitely not a drone. How do you feel? Do you like the state of Israel? You just see like the fucking pigeon eye like zoom in and out and it's like fucking red. Wrong answer. You just hear a buzzer noise and then your house gets fucking obliterated. Alright, enough of that. What was I talking about? Guys, I played a game. I played a League game the other day and my fucking teammate kept saying, like, I love Israel so much. I was like, what the fuck? My Zaya kept saying that. And then and when they were gonna end, they were like, end if Hamas. I was like, oh my god, I want us to lose. We deserved, this loss was promised to us 3,000 years ago. All right. He was getting into winner's queue then. Getting into winner's queue is crazy. Stop. Baron was promised. Alright, anyways. Okay, enough of that. So we have some stuff to talk about today. Isn't it great, guys, that, like, climate change is definitely not real. If global warming is so real, then why does it get cold sometimes? So I like that we have like a sinkhole in LA, which part of the sinkhole very easily could be poor infrastructure. We'll talk about it in a little bit, but like, isn't it great that like we can keep just getting the hottest summers every single year? It's like, this is the hottest summer that ever was. This one is now the hottest summer. This is now the hottest summer. And it's like, when do I get to hear when do I get to hear like, this is not the hottest summer. This is a normal summer we're having. We're having a normal summer this year. When do we get to hear about that? Huh? And then I like that Canada is just like half of it's just on fire and now there's just smog and smoke everywhere. By the way, if you guys live in any of the areas on the East Coast, like Michigan, east, southeast down, I guess now you have to invest in an air filter, okay? It was kind of just like not just a California thing, but in California it's pretty common to have an air filter just because of how bad the air quality gets because of the wildfires, because it gets so hot and dry. And now I guess if you live anywhere, you should invest in a pretty good air filter. Not like you should get an actually good air filter, chap. Yeah, isn't that good? And the sky is just orange everywhere. That's nice. Oh, and if you do have to go outside, I highly recommend going and grabbing yourself a respirator, chat. And I'm not joking. uh Probably. Probably. Probably you shouldn't raw dog the air, maybe. uh uh Blade Runner 2026. So anyways, New York has been yellow for the past couple days. Oh, okay. I guess Mexico exported. Yeah, exported the sepia filter. Ah, yay. Yay. Hmm. So anyways, thanks, Mamdani. There was also most recently they found out the source of the forever diarrhea. Apparently it's iceberg lettuce. That's at least one of the sources, if not more. Iceberg lettuce, chat. So no iceberg lettuce probably. You shouldn't have any of that. There might be more sources. They just confirmed that it's definitely lettuce. It's almost always lettuce, yeah. And then you guys see like in the most bizarre series of event, Trump had this speech where he talked about and the White House released all these documents supposedly proving this like election fraud, the election stolen nonsense, but none of it said anything about the election being stolen from Trump. Why are we even, I don't even understand why we're even talking about that. We're still talking about that? Like, what? Some of the documents of like the proven China fraud are the most absurd shit you've ever seen in your life, where like 90% of the document is redacted. And it's like, see, classic fraud. So I'll show you guys all this stuff. And then, of course, guys, I can't forget to show you guys, you guys see Jimothy? The raccoon? Y'all big Jimothy heads or nah? Or are you guys like, are you guys fake fans? Wow. So many fake fans in here. Honestly, disappointed. Honestly, I'm out of the loop. Who are you people even? How do you guys not know Jimothy? What the fuck? Who are you people? Who? I can't believe this. It's like, I thought I knew you guys. You guys don't know Jimothy? Dude, look at him. That is not a raccoon. No, it's a raccoon. Jimothy the tiny raccoon. He's got like a spine problem. He's a raccoon with a short spine syndrome. He can't help it. That's like pointing at someone with scoliosis and being like, that is not a human being. That's just his spine, man. He can't control what spine he got given, man. Leave him alone. Leave him alone. Mutant. He's just a little guy, man, alright? You know, he washes his cotton candy in water just like every other raccoon. Alright? God, he's such a little freak. I want one of these guys so bad. God. Please, please. Please let raccoons be domesticated in 5 seconds. I know that that's not the speed at which animals get domesticated, and it happens over centuries, but like, wouldn't it be so great if we had them now? Wouldn't it be great if we had them now? Please. I love raccoons. Look. Look. Raccoons are so cute. They like to wash their food before they eat it. And look at the poor little raccoon trying to wash the cotton candy. He's like, where did it go? My food. He's like, the rest of my food. Please. Don't worry, guys. Raccoons are smart. So he learned, oh, okay, I don't put this food in water. It go away when I put it in water. See? And then he gets to eat it. See, a wholesome ending, guys. Because they're smart little creatures. And they have such cute little hands. I love the little raccoon hands. I love raccoons, guys. They really represent everything that I like in creatures. You know, they got tiny little hands. They've got a cute little snout. They love eating trash. Like, what more do you want out of a little animal? Are you kidding me? That's great. Average dog owner. I can't give them any type of food except this or they explode. The raccoon. Yeah, whatever you got. No, yeah, whatever you got. What do you got? What do you got in your fridge? No, I'm good with that. No, I'm good with that. Mm-hmm. No, that's good for me too. That's good for me too. No, that's good for me too. That's good for me too. Average cat owner. Sorry, they're gluten-free, dairy-free, fruit-free, vegetable-free. They can't eat anything. Sorry. And if you give them anything other than this one specific thing, they explode. Not cattle dogs eat anything? Well, I feel like most people's dogs don't eat anything. And then, like, I don't know. Show the guy who feeds the raccoons the hot dogs. Dude, I love that guy. That guy is like the only, as time has gone on, and how do I explain it? My life hasn't played out how I want in that I still don't have a backyard with 40 raccoons in it. So my joy is now turned into envy of that man. Do you understand? Like, I watched that with joy in my heart at one point, and I still do. But now I'm like, that should be me. It should have happened to me, not you.
I'm going to sit in the snow-covered bench. Holy smokes! Oh my God.
They're so fat.
Yes!
They're
yes.
so fat.
Yes! I'm wall-to-wall raccoons. You ready?
These are like the fattest raccoons I've ever seen in my fucking life.
Let's go. Oh my God. This is crazy. This is crazy. You know, there's got to be 30 raccoons at least.
The little one that sits on his shoulder is so cute.
I don't know where they all come from. Oh my God. Yeah, they all love me. Because I got the food. Yeah, and I got Buddy hanging off me. Yeah.
This one is so cute.
Here you go. Ready? Here you go.
This is super irresponsible and stupid. Yeah, well, so is everything that corporations do. Okay? How about we do stuff that's irresponsible and stupid that brings us joy for once, instead of just, like, making our water unusable. You know what this guy isn't doing? Causing sinkholes. You know what he's not doing? Causing fucking wildfires. At least it's pure of heart. At least it is meant to invoke joy. Where is the joy in the AI data center that just releases a hum that gives everyone in the nearby vicinity like 40 different illnesses you didn't even know that could happen in people? How about that, huh? How about that, man? We might even be teaching the raccoons how to use AI denim. We don't know yet. Stop. Don't say that. Then at Denims, Maya would be so disappointed. What do raccoons usually hunt, by the way? Generations of raccoons will go to this property after this old man dies looking for hot dogs. Whoever has the property will inherit an endless wave of raccoons who become angrier and angrier that they are not receiving food. Good. Good. And in his final dying wish, he shall send them to the billionaires. Aren't they just scavengers? I don't think that they actually hunt. Makes sense. I don't know if they hunt. I assume that they hunt probably really small animals like mice or something, right? Because they're omnivores, so they can eat anything. So if there's nothing to scavenge, they probably can hunt, right? I don't know enough about raccoons though. So, admittedly, because the concern with any animal is like, whether or not they're like breeding. So like I feed the local outdoor stray cats in my neighborhood, but they're all fixed. So it's not worsening the problem of stray cats. It's just taking care of the stray cats that already exist. And they didn't choose to exist, you know what I mean? They just kind of got born, so and I've been actually very happy because there haven't been any new fixed, like spay, neuter, trap, neuter, release. There haven't been any new cats that have entered this neighborhood. Because catching them and getting them fixed is actually kind of a bitch to do. All right? Actually, fix like cutting their balls or like, yeah, giving them like, well, I don't know if they actually give hysterectomies to cats or not. I don't know the exact details, but it's just to prevent more breeding because it's really bad for bird populations. Spay. So yeah. And then they actually end up living longer. And they live healthier lives and they also don't contribute to, again, the ever-growing stray population. So if you have any stray cats, did you name all of them? Well, they're all iterations of Wormy. So there's Funny Wormy, you know, there's Fuzzy Wormy, there's Blurmy, there's Sus Wormy. Oh, there's Evil Wormy. And then there's like, there's two varieties. There was one that was Weird Wormy, but I haven't seen him around in a long time. There was Rare Wormy, but I only saw that guy like twice, ever. Evil Wormy was fucked up, dude. Evil Wormy was fucked up. He was fucking with all the other... Just a quick story time. In cat colonies, sometimes if there isn't like a big bad like cat, a cat will show up that is bigger and badder than the rest of the cats and establish dominance. And Evil Wormy did that. Evil Wormy showed up and did that. And this was a fat ass, big ass cat. And Evil Wormy was scaring all of the worms away. It was really sad. All the worms, like, there was constant fights. Like, you could hear, like literal cat fights outside. Yeah, they're like tomcats. And I was so depressed about it because, like, the cats that used to come by my patio stopped showing up. And it was just this fat fuck that was showing up with nobody else. And I was losing my shit about it. I was like, you. But the problem is you can't remove, like, cats from cat colonies because of two reasons. One, if you move a cat, they will try to make their way back to where they were, which usually means that they just get hit by a car, which is really depressing. So if you are relocating a cat, you have to keep that cat in a new area for a month. So it gets used to the new area, so it doesn't try and make its way back home. But two, if you get rid of, like, the biggest, baddest cat, a new cat will simply eventually show up and replace their spot. So what you're supposed to do is, you know, trap, neuter, and release. So that's what I did. And this was like I said, I've only caught 2 of the other cats in this complex, or like in this neighborhood. And the other 2, they just sort of like sat there shaking and scared because they don't know what's happening. This guy in the cage, I have all the power. And bro is growling at me. I'm like, you're drugged to shit and you're growling at me. Bro, I'm bigger than you. You're the one in the cage. Why are you trying to why are you trying to mog me? I won, idiot. You're the one in the cage. What the hell? Hello? Like, bro did not give a fuck. And I did release him. And he stopped. It took a while, but he stopped being as much of an asshole to the other cats. That's what you think? He's still plotting his revenge? Well, actually, I was planning on catching him another time because somebody else that I know said that they had, like, a barn maybe to put him in instead. And I was like, maybe since he's still fighting with everyone, like, I'll do that. But then I fucked it up. I fucked up the drop trap on him. And then he never showed up again after that. He, like, literally never showed up ever again. Like, he doesn't, like, half of this area he doesn't fuck with. Like, this is now the zone for all the other cats. But it's really funny because other people in the complex that I know he doesn't mind when they pet him, and I've seen them, like, feed him tubes and he's super sweet with them. With me, he just, like, fucks off immediately. He's like, no. So I kind of have, like, an aura protection for the other cats so that he doesn't fuck with them anymore as long as they're in this neighborhood. He heard you talking about eating your cats and got scared. Yeah. One of the other complex, other people who lives in the complex, she literally, like, picks him up and he doesn't care at all. She picks him up and she pets him and she gives him tubes and he doesn't care. He's like, and I just walk towards him and he, like, fucks off. I'm like, damn, oh my God. Well, it's for the best, though. It's for the best, though, because, again, it means I have, like, a barrier of protection for all the other worms. So that's Evil Wormy. Besides Evil Wormy, there's also 2 variety worms that, for whatever reason, I didn't name them worm variations. And that's good old Green Eyes, who's just named Green Eyes. And Tabitha, which is a tabby. And everybody else is some worm variation. Ethan is Giardia Wormy. Stop. Let me guess. He has blue eyes. Shut up. All right. So yeah, that's it. That's why did I share this story? Whatever purpose that had, I did it. Okay. Beyond that, let's actually do some stuff today, shall we? So quick question, guys. Quick question. Is this a good thing?
But once again, this is Sunset at Holloway, and this is what's going to have to be repaired. So Sunset is going to be shut down forever. And I made a mistake earlier. I said Santa Monica Boulevard is open. I'm going to show you it is open. Not yet. Don't move yet, Marcel. It is open, but only to residents. But that's Sunset. So I'm panning to the left. Go to the left if you would. And now we're starting to see some of the traffic implications. See, Sunset is shut down, and a lot of folks want to get to these businesses. But if
thank goodness somebody is thinking about the traffic implications.
down Sunset, you're going to be turned around, and if you continue to the left, we're going to run into La Cienega, and that's where most of the traffic is being diverted. I'm kind of surprised they haven't shut it down at La Cienega. There's La Cienega. So bring up SkyMap for me real quick. I'm pretty sure that's La Cienega. I want to verify it. There we go. And if we pan to the right, you're going to see La Cienega. You take that south, right, and then you run into Santa Monica Boulevard, and that's where you could take SkyMap off. That's where the closure is on Santa Monica Boulevard. They are letting some traffic through, but it looks like residents only. They're not allowing any. That's eastbound traffic open, no westbound traffic.
Place you think within 47 months.
So as we open up out of the shot, tilt up a little bit, you're starting to see on La Cienega there on the left side of your
guys, La Cienega, this is going to be on the test, all right?
We're starting to see some traffic build, and it's going to get worse and worse and worse. Some of the buses are out, but you can tell they're getting into congestion. They're going to be delayed significantly. And here's Santa Monica Boulevard. I do believe, Philip, that Santa Monica Boulevard will be open in both directions to everybody sometime soon. There's some mud still left on the roadway. There's some standing water in some areas, but boy, it was about 3 feet deep in that area. And then as we tilt up, you can see it is really starting to recede as well along the bus route here, or the bus depot where they keep all the metro buses, the bus yard. So they still have a long way to go. Traffic implications are going to be huge throughout the day. There's no question.
Bro, it's just like, it's literally exactly like my city skyline city.
And I'll push in one more time, Philip, to Sunset at Holloway. And we talked about this a little bit earlier. It's just really going to be an extensive project. It's not going to be easy. There's a lot of work to be done.
I'm going to be honest, Denims, this is just really devastating because the data centers really could have used that water. Thank you for, that someone around here is thinking about the data centers. Okay? Because I was worried. I was like, I hope I don't have a bunch of fucking woke lefty losers that are not thinking about how this could be impacting traffic and how this could be impacting AI data centers.
Heard DWP talk about they just have to get the water out. They got to pump that out.
So like, this is like, what do you guys think here? What do you guys think? You think this is a good thing? Is that good? Admittedly, I'm not a sinkhole expert, so it's possible that this is actually really good. Let's see here. Streets normally do that, right? Roads usually do that normally, right? Yeah.
See how full that sinkhole is from the water main break earlier this morning. It looks like they're starting to hook up some pumps there and siphon some of that water out so they could get down in there and start working on the main line. And then you can see the street that's buckled as well. So this is going to take some time, probably likely several days to make repairs.
Days.
To this section. It's right at the intersection of Sunset and Holloway. And so expect Sunset to be shut down for about a block in each direction from.
Something like this happened near me recently, Denims, and it's on a way smaller scale. The manhole caved into a small sinkhole and it's taken 3 weeks to fix so far. This is going to take months to fix.
Holloway. We're not seeing a lot of congestion as far as traffic on Sunset. And we'll start to make our way down Palm Avenue, which is where that water was rushing down earlier this morning. There's still a closure here on Palm Avenue between Sunset and
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine. Let's
Then you got to open it up a little bit. Then they have to assess how bad the damage is, and that'll give them an idea how long it will take to repair the water main. But then once that is done, you still have to create an area that you can completely repack to make sure you're going to have a substantial footing underneath the roadway, and then you have to put new asphalt down on Sunset. So it's going to be a long project.
We
I think
lost.
it could go into tomorrow.
Okay, we lost your mic there just at the end. Yeah, we're trying to, I want to pull up the traffic map. We're working on that to try to get to what you were talking about, Scott, because I think one of the things that you're pointing out This is east and westbound traffic that's going to be affected with Santa Monica and Sunset, because it all comes together right there in West Hollywood. And here we are. We're kind of moving it around to find the incident. That's really not going to help us there too much. Talk to our director, and we take that off until we actually get to the map. But Scott, one of the things.
Look at where the lip of the manhole is, by the way. It dropped like 4 feet. Oh, okay.
I was noticing is, you mentioned that Melrose is about your best. And if you're heading north on Santa Monica Boulevard and you're wanting to go east, you'll need to get on Melrose before you ever get into this area. And so it's going to affect anyone that's going north and east or south and west, because when you start to approach that space right there, it's just, I don't know of a worse spot for trying to navigate through West Hollywood that you could have. And that's it could affect people in Beverly Hills as well.
Well, I think it will, Philip. I think what we're seeing is everything sort of expand out from this closure. Now, Santa Monica Boulevard is an east-west roadway, and Sunset's east-west, so it gets hurt the worst. And then Melrose is the major to the south side. You can't really get through east-west on the north without going through all the residences. But it is going to affect north-southbound traffic because everybody's being pushed on to La Cienega to the east, and then to San Vicente to the west. And
there's something so funny about, like, it's like absurdly funny, or it's funny in like an absurd way, that we have such massive infrastructure problems in this country and in like on every level. And the response is never, I mean, I get it. Like these guys, their job is not to actually push for reform. Their job is just to say it's going to be impact La Cienega. That's their job. But it's like, it's so absurd that like, the response is like, yeah, we really got to, this is going to be really bad for traffic. It's like, I feel like I'm listening to like GTA radio. Like, I feel like I'm listening to like a skit. I feel like I'm listening to like the City Skyline radio. By the way, this, this sinkhole, if you guys can believe it, I know this is shocking. It was actually because of a failure to maintain our infrastructure. You guys, can you believe that? Last time I checked, the US was graded on like multiple different fronts. And I'm pretty sure we ranked like C or D on infrastructure and like bridges and stuff like that. Was it a D? Okay, sorry. I was being too generous when I said C. No maintain, only build new, but there's no new being built either. I've heard enough. Sinkhole for president. Dude, you're so right. You know what, man? You're so right. Why can't I hear this? Oh, here it is.
Don't sound good, Kevin.
Yeah. Well, David and Eyewitness News has learned that the 100-year-old pipe that burst was due to be replaced. In fact, LADWP called it a high-priority project.
7 on your side, investigative reporter Kevin Ozebek picks up our team coverage with the sobering details. They don't sound good, Kevin.
No?
Yeah. Well, David and Giovanna, for some context here, this pipe that burst today is much bigger than a water main. These so-called trunk pipes carry huge amounts of water into municipal water systems. Well, according to the LADWP, this trunk line was on its high priority list for replacement. But 7 on your side investigates is learning that construction on its replacement was not slated for another 5 years.
It's a 19.
Guys, if you can believe it, on the 2025 report card for America's infrastructure, this might shock you guys, all right? All right. We scored a D+ on roads. Wow. Can you guys believe that? That we didn't get higher than that? Wow. I'm shocked. Bridges, we got a C. What exactly inflated our grade so high that we got aviation is D+, gulp. Broadband, C+, drinking water, C-, hazardous waste, C. Oh my God. Did we get above a C on anything? Oh no. I don't even know why I bothered clicking transit. I should know better. Okay, anything? Any? Any ports? Ports, we got a B! Yes! Let's go! America #1, am I right? Why? Oh, like rail is in like, transporting like bulk. Okay, rail apparently is B-. Stormwater. D. No way. Wastewater. D+. Wow. I'm not even gonna. I don't even want to see.
16, 36-inch riveted steel pipe.
And the impact of that 3-foot wide pipe that's 110 years old breaking is catastrophic for those who live in the water's way.
Right now, we don't know the reason why we had the rupture.
But what 7 on Your Side Investigates is learning is that replacing this trunk pipe that burst was a high priority for the LADWP. The utility tells us the replacement project was currently in design and was slated to begin construction in 2031 and completion in 2035. But we all now know this pipe could not contain such a huge amount of water for another 5 years. LADWP operates 547 miles of trunk line. A 2024-2025 LADWP report listed 2% of them as being high or high moderate for replacement. The rest were listed as moderate, low moderate, or low on the replacement list. But it appears LADWP is behind schedule in replacing them. In its 2024-2025 fiscal year report, LADWP replaced...
Wait a minute, I know how to fix this. 100 billion to Israel.
Less than a mile of trunk pipe when the goal was to replace 1.1 miles. But in its latest water infrastructure report, LADWP says the goal is to replace more than 3.5 miles of these trunk pipes every year to get rid of those high-risk pipes. But now the question is even that fast enough? Renowned seismologist Lucy Jones says take what you see here in WeHo as a warning, and just imagine what will happen to our aging pipes when the big one shakes and breaks them.
As a warning is crazy. It's like getting stabbed and being told this is a warning, all right? Yeah, this is a warning.
So much of LA's water pipes were installed over 100 years ago because it's the first thing you do before you build any houses. And it's across Southern California that these pipes are the most vulnerable infrastructure that we have.
And our archives show that back in 2014, just down the street from where I am at Sunset and La Cienega, there was also an LADWP 3-foot wide pipe that burst. We are asking and waiting for answers from the LADWP if that was the same trunk pipe and if this pipe has a history of breaking. So of course we will stay on top of that. Also, we know yesterday was incredibly hot. No word yet if the heat played any role here, but according to the utility, these pipes like this one often do break in the overnight hours, and that's because as the pressure really does build up as demand softens, as so many of us fall asleep.
Oh, okay.
A check of whether
That's good. That's good. I got out of an LA parking ticket 3-ish weeks ago by contesting and writing citing that I knew Los Angeles wasn't doing enough infrastructure work and therefore I couldn't see any /no parking, couldn't find /see any no parking signs at night, LOL, and I think I won. Yes. Let's go. Did we already get to blame Hassan for this or not? I almost forgot. I almost forgot. Thank you. To the chatter that was linking this, why do you want to make me depressed? I just want to know. Giant sinkhole in Japan sealed after just 1 week.
This was the giant sinkhole that opened up in Japan just 1 week ago. And this is how it looks just 1 week on. Japanese officials managed to restore traffic to the city just 1 week after a giant sinkhole devoured a 5-lane intersection near to the station. The city mayor apologized and blamed the sinkhole on nearby construction of a subway line extension. Officials and engineers battled against time as the sinkhole continued to fill up with sewage water. Nearly 100 local establishments have reported loss of business during the operation, but the government has vowed to compensate them before the end of the year.
So, like, why do you think I want to see this? This is just going to become a tourist attraction in LA, by the way. It's going to take us like 7 years to fix it. And by the end of it, we're just going to put some fucking duct tape on it. Give it a little bit of like, come see the large sinkhole that keeps growing every day in Los Angeles. It's going to become like our Grand Canyon. Like, why would you, like, do you think I want?
As I showed you a moment ago, all the
Okay, wait.
In the 2 o'clock hour, we continue to follow this breaking news out of West Hollywood. A 1916 36-inch steel pipe burst overnight. It was a trunk line that they say that this happens at night because that's when the pressure is greatest, because there are fewer people using water overnight. And it happened at about 2:30, 3:15, in the 2 o'clock hour. And you see right here, David Gonzalez, this happened live. Somebody trying to navigate this rushing water, and they just needed a little assistance getting by. But you get an example or an idea of how hard this water was going. But the images you're seeing right now were an improvement from what had happened overnight. We did hear a briefing from the mayor and other LADWP officials just a few moments ago. They do not have an estimated time for when the repairs will be made, but it will be an odd thing for many people who live in this area because only one customer is without water service. So you're going to have a lot of these people who might even still be at home right now, fully able to use all of their water and all of their services in their home, but not be able to go anywhere because their parking garage is flooded and many of the cars are just either going to be destroyed or unusable for the time being. But again, you can see so much of this water.
Imagine being the one guy and being like, well, at least we're all in this together, guys. At least none of us have water. And everyone's like, haha, yeah. Mm-hmm.
We did see a lot of apartments on Palm Avenue that were damaged due to the water main break. That is the road that is basically directly in the path of this break at Sunset and Holloway. But we also saw some homes on Hancock.
Letting the dog in the potential. I don't know if this is specifically, I don't know how much of the water is safe to be around. I'm pretty sure in general it's not. Bro just left Farley in the water, was like, damaged, yeah, my camera. I should probably
due to the water main break. That is the road that is basically directly in the path of this break at Sunset and Holloway. But we also saw some homes on Hancock Avenue that were affected of it. And then also there was another street that is Larrabee, I believe, that is just to the west of Palm. So you have your north-south streets that were really affected by this rushing water because of the grade. Because this came downhill. It was a very steep grade from the break at Sunset and Holloway. And the one thing that we noticed and that we were happy about is that there was really there weren't any significant injuries to this. We did see, and Scott Reif was above it, one woman be swept away.
Fuck that lady, I guess. Also, I gotta say, thank goodness this happened in a place that doesn't have any like water shortages or droughts ever.
Or a person swept away, but they were able to get up and move themselves out of the heavy rushing water. But we've seen cars moved. We've seen, actually, David Gonzalez was talking with somebody who showed a car from the parking garage that had been parked in the driveway almost. And the person was telling us that car didn't belong there. It had been elevated from the parking garage and moved out into the driveway area. But again, you see people trying to get started on their day, trying to navigate through this spot. And then Scott Reif was live above the scene, and he showed that significant break and the difficulty that we're going to have in repairing this damage. So We're now moving into an assessment phase where we really find out what's damaged at not only the road, but to some of these apartment complexes. We're going to find out the damage phase because there.
The good news is that this gives a lot of opportunities for cops to give out tickets. So
are so many cars, hundreds of cars likely, that are going to be damaged or ruined as a result of this because so many of these apartment complexes
fucking dog,
have
man. Stop.
15 to 20 cars in their parking garage. And then sadly, the damage for people who live in these neighborhoods who might have stored their personal belongings in their locker that is often in a parking garage. So their keepsakes, maybe winter clothes, things that they have moved into those garage areas will probably be ruined due to all of the water.
I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. The lockers in the storage in the parking garage? What? I don't know. I literally didn't understand what that winter, my jackets. What the fuck is he talking about? Talking about apartment store? Yeah. Well, is he talking about storage units? Maybe, yeah, the people on the ground floor, but like, what type of, I've never seen lockers or storage space in an apartment complex before. Maybe, I don't know. I mean, maybe I just never have lived in some place. I've seen it a lot. They exist. I have it as a thing. What the hell? Some apartment buildings have storage units in the basement. Sorry, I don't know if this is wrong to say. On principle, I cannot use storage units on principle. That sounds so stressful. Why? Why am I paying for space for my stuff that I've never used? Yeah, pay to store the shit that I never use. Upscale units have a small space in the parking garage, typically. Oh, okay. No, you put like your bike there. Oh, but he was talking about like keepsakes and like winter clothes. Like, I guess I've never lived in a place that's had storage units inside of the apartment complex. Damn. Some nice apartments have their own garages. Well, yeah, I live in a complex that has a garage, but and I live in an apartment that has like a little space for bikes. But I've never seen like lockers or something. I don't know. I used to store guitars that I didn't have space for in my place. Yes, I'm a hoarder. Isn't it stressful to have a bunch of stuff sitting in some fucking storage unit? Isn't that like stress? Doesn't that cause you stress? No? Well, I see how most people said yes. Why would it be stressful? Because like when you can't find something, you're like, oh, I bet it's in that fucking storage unit that I never want to go through. Is it weird to store things in your garage? Well, like, no, but like in an apartment complex unit would be different, right? I don't know. Maybe I'm just like, my point of reference is people getting storage unit because they don't want to go through their stuff. So instead of going through the stuff that's causing them too much stress to go through, they just get a storage unit to fill it with the stuff that they don't want to go through. And it's got, like, the majority of that stuff is probably stuff you never use, never wear, don't want. And that's like, that's... Your point of reference is crazy people? Well, yeah. Maybe they have seasonal decor in there, Denims. How much seasonal decor do you need for an apartment? I have seasonal decor if it's in a box this big. Christmas decorations like what? The tree fits under your bed. Just get a bed high enough that you can put the tree under it. Next. Think, chat, think. Vertical space. Now that's crazy speak. That's literally based. I don't know what you're talking about. Under my bed? Yeah. I specifically got a bed frame that's 14 inches tall. Actually, I think mine is like, I think I upgraded to like a 20-inch bed frame so I could put stuff under it. And I have like my Christmas tree under the bed. You mean 14 feet? No, wait, what? I guess if you have a 14-foot tree, but like, how tall is your apartment? You must have some really high ceilings for a 14-foot tree. Also, trees like get taken apart. What? Under bed tree is insane. It's literally not. It's not. It's not even at all. If we're talking about like plastic trees that you reuse, they come in a box that's not that big. You just, when you take it apart, you put it back in the box you bought it in, then you put it under your bed. So I feel like it's not that hard. I feel like it's... Oh, I need the additional storage or I'll have no room for my meth lab. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, that would definitely fit. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You agree it depends on the size of your tree. I mean, I had a 9-foot tree and I made room. And it only took up like half the bed space, so... So I feel like that makes sense. I will never get a plastic tree. I will fight you tooth and nail for this. I mean, you don't have to fight me. I'm not talking about getting one. Because if you get like the cut down trees, why would you need to store it? You're just going to throw it out in like a month, right? And get a new one. There's no way you have 20-inch clearance under your bed. What do you mean? Guys, these are like on Amazon for like no money at all. They're kind of ugly, but like you can put like a bed frame around it. It's like a, well, not no money at all. Sorry. It's just like a good investment. See? I have one of these and it even folds up if you wanted to. There's a lot of, this is 20 inches. There's a lot of space here to put whatever you need. And boy, do I use this space well. What is this topic even? Don't worry about it. Link, exactly what I have. That looks goofy. I ain't gonna lie. Hey, I mean, I'm just saying, it's better than having to have a bunch of stuff you have nowhere to put. Right? I'd rather have the storage. I'd rather have the storage space. It's very practical. How do you get on it? How tall do you think I am? It's only 20 inches. What? It's not like I need a fucking ladder to get on. I just get on the bed. Like, what do you mean? Anyways. 3 apples tall. So it's half a bunk bed? I mean, I guess. I don't know. How thin is your mattress? My mattress is actually also probably like... My mattress is 14 inches. So 34 inches off the floor. But like, that's like... a little above my knee. Like, it's not... It's fine. You can also just get like a small step stool if you want one. You sleep 3 feet off the ground? Yeah, it's great. Are you kidding me? If I want to sleep on the ground, I'll sleep on the ground. I have the free will to do that, and I've done that before. Otherwise, like, I can sleep higher up. What? We got it. You can afford a bed. At that point, why not get a hammock? Because that's terrible for your spine. What? I was contemplating getting a bunk bed for extra storage space, but this is actually a great idea. Thank you, Denims. Yeah, no problem. I love this. I'm just telling you guys, if you struggle with space and you live in an apartment, I highly recommend getting like a 20-inch platform for your bed. Because there's so much space that just does not get used under, like, by your bed. So it's just like a bunch of space that you have access to now. It's great. You have a bed skirt? Yeah. And then you just get like a bed, it's like just get any bed skirt and just throw it on there and then you don't see any of that shit. It's dope. It's a great way to live. What about creaks or wobbles? You just tighten it and it doesn't creak. I know, because creaking pisses me off. Pisses me off so bad. It's giving college. What? No, just cover it with a nice bed frame, hello? Or like a nice skirt. A nice enough bed skirt and it'll look good. Well, like, theoretically, you could do this. Theoretically. This is not my style, but you could do this. You could do something a little bit less dated and do this. I don't think this is giving a college student. You just get a nice bed skirt. It's just fabric. It's not that expensive. Especially if you get it on sale. It's giving cottagecore, yeah. No. All right. Damn. Shit, man. All right. Do whatever you want. I don't know. So much dust catching?
My lawyer can't do fucking shit.
I appreciate this. I have a storage problem. I got you. I got you, bro. Anyways. Days, thanks so much for the 10 gift subs. Enough of this topic. Enough. Enough of this. Okay? Chatters just be saying things. Chatters just be yapping. They're like, what about this thing that is not a problem? I don't know. Do your laundry? That's just like, it's like, that's like saying, like, you should get sheets for your bed. And they're like, yeah, and then it's going to stain. It's like, then wash it? Like, I don't know. What? Can you make this bed without beans, please, for me? Oh, yeah. Sorry, my bad. I wanted to pull this up. Hey, so guys,
We begin tonight here with the breaking news. Growing concern at this hour over air quality, dangerous smoke from Canadian wildfires filling the skies across the U.S., the Midwest, and now right into the Northeast tonight. At this hour, more than 800 fires are burning in Canada alone. That smoke now making its way into the U.S. The haze over the Midwest and now the Northeast in the coming hours. Tonight here, the stunning images of a train surrounded by flames in Ontario, the crew calling for an emergency rescue. The thick smoke in Michigan, bridge traffic disappearing into the haze. Authorities reducing speeds there to 20 miles an hour. In New York City tonight, the Statue of Liberty barely visible through the smoke. Niagara Falls in an orange glow, just stunning. And late today, a storm sweeping through New York City, the city in darkness for a time during the storms and this haze. Lee Goldberg standing by with the forecast for us, and ABC's Matt Rivers leads us off with the images tonight.
Tonight, dangerous smoke from wildfires in Canada blanketing the upper Midwest and Northeast with thick, hazy air. The skies bright orange. Air quality alerts now up for millions of people in more than a dozen states. From Boston,
breathing's a little bit more strained than normal,
to New York. Officials warning that with the smoke...
Guys, please wear a respirator. All right, like at least an N95. Please don't give yourself... You know, the smoke is like... Okay, this is going to sound fucking stupid to say out loud, but the smoke is really bad. I think it was like going outside in this level of haze and this level of smoke is the equivalent of like smoking... How many packs of cigarettes? ...1 hour outside is like 1 pack of cigarettes? Yeah, really, and I highly, highly recommend, honestly, at this point, anyone in the United States or Canada or anywhere, you should invest in like a good filter, like a good air filter. Because I have one in California because we have like the wildfires. And sometimes do you guys remember that one clip of Caroline opening her front door and like a bunch of like a smoke plume comes in? I think it was Caroline. Maybe it was Will Neff. I don't remember. And that's the stuff you can see. So imagine how bad it is, like diluted. For folks, here's an EPA DIY air filter. Yeah, if you can't buy one right now off Amazon or whatever, just like anything is better than nothing. Oh, I assume these are the ones that you use for like central air or whatever. With their use, concerns have been raised about the potential for box fans to overheat when operated with a filter attached, which could potentially pose a fire burn risk. EPA tested the effectiveness of DIY air cleaners in removing smoke particles. The research was conducted in laboratories. Simulated smoke fire was made, blah, 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 blah. EPA researchers evaluated a range of DIY air cleaner designs at a low-cost commercial air cleaner to identify the lowest cost and most effective design. Okay, and then it has like the most basic design, which is the MERV 13 air filter attached to a box fan. Attach the air filter to the back of the box fan using either clamps, duct tape, or bungee cords. Check the filter for the direction of the airflow marked on the side of the filter and replace when dirty. You guys would be surprised how much of a difference this stuff makes. Because again, even the stuff that you can't see, you're still inhaling all that shit, man. Obviously, I recommend getting like a nice air filter that you don't have to do this stuff with. That might be more effective. I forget the one that I have. I had a Blue Air for a while. I still have the Blue Air, which is pretty good. But yeah, it's you can also get like air filter, like a particle. I think it's like particulate matter in the air, like readers, and you can see how clean your air is versus outside. But it's definitely worth doing like literally anything. You gotta pay to breathe these days. You might have a sinkhole in LA, shit air quality, and diarrhea lettuce, but hang in there. Don't worry. We're sending billions of dollars to Israel. Thank goodness. Yeah, if you live in one of these areas, I highly recommend like go on Amazon right now and like get yourself some respirators. Because you should just have respirators, honestly, just in case. And if you have like already have a box fan and some extra filters, air filters, do anything because it's not good to be breathing in all that smoke and smog. Now I'm in one of those areas and I've decided to just let it take a few years off the end of my life. Well, the problem is that all of these things, like inhaling all this smoke, it doesn't necessarily reduce your years of living. It reduces the quality of life in those years that you're living. Right? I was joking. Oh, okay. I know a lot of people feel that way. It doesn't actually, that's like the thing that sucks about, it's like the misconception about living poorly is like, it's okay, I'll just die sooner. But it's like, no, you won't. You'll just like, the last 30 years or 40 years of your life will just be way worse. It just makes the rest of your life suck really bad. You're still going to be alive for it. It's just going to suck. It just will make you die more miserably, right? I'm in one of those areas, but I can't afford an air filter right now. Well, yeah, again, if you can't afford like a really like nice air filter or whatever, this is like box fans are like $20. These like Murph filters at like Home Depot are like also like $20. They might be less, honestly. When they're on sale, they're like $10. Back when we had really bad air in California, I made one from filters and a box fan, and it's crazy how broken the filters turned in less than a day. It's bad. It's really bad. Also, yeah, it should be said that this is a temporary setup, though, as these fans aren't designed for the task and can overheat. Yes. Man. All right, let me close this stuff.
And dangerous heat wave, people should limit their time outdoors. In Michigan, the famed 5-mile Mackinac Bridge disappearing into the haze. Officials reducing speeds to 20 miles an hour. Earthcam video showing Niagara Falls enveloped in an orange cloud. Smoke also pouring in from multiple fires burning in Minnesota's Superior National Forest.
The evacuation orders came, and we kicked off that plan.
Scouts on a canoe trip forced to evacuate with their food and supplies.
Sorry, one second. I'm getting a Red Bull.
Those fires and over 800 more raging in Canada.
This is getting a little scary.
Terrifying video out of Ontario capturing an apocalyptic scene, flames surrounding a freight train. Amazingly, the crew on board were not hurt.
Seriously, we're encased in flames now.
In the path of all that smoke, Toronto's air quality ranking the worst worldwide among major cities.
David, those wildfires again creating these hazy, almost apocalyptic-like images across the U.S. from that bridge there in Michigan to scenes like these in upstate New York. Officials are advising everyone to take extra precautions to brace for worsening conditions. It may only get hazier. David?
We can see the skyline there right behind you. Matt Rivers leading us off tonight. Matt, thank you. Let's get right to ABC senior meteorologist Lee Goldberg, of course, tracking the air quality dangers, the flash flood emergency in the south. But first,
it's okay, because at least everyone takes it seriously. Haha, right, guys? At least all of our public officials don't try and downplay the effects of climate change. Right, guys? It's not like... I think by far, like, the thing that's the most annoying about both conservatives and the politicians that represent conservatives is yeah, well, you know, wildfires happened before we started using coal. It's like, yeah, you don't think that, like, everything getting hotter, every summer getting hotter and drier has made these fires way worse than they should be? Maybe? Or, like, the same thing with, not tsunamis, hurricanes. It's like, you don't think that all of the water getting warmer has made the hurricanes more likely and more deadly?
this dangerous smoke and these storms late today in New York City.
Skies are so muddy in New York City right now, David. I mean, it's air that you can wear and taste, and then it became a triple threat with the severe storms this afternoon in New York City with heavy downpours and gusty winds temporarily clearing out the smoke, but it's coming back big time. These storms, of course...
100 degrees in Baltimore? With fucking smog? Oh my fucking God.
Fueled by the heat, and of course the heavy smoke will actually take down temperatures tomorrow here, but the smoke is worse. The worst smoke tonight is across Minnesota and Wisconsin, northern Michigan. That heavy smoke and poor air quality, it's coming back into the Northeast, Philly, New York City, Boston, goes right through the end of the week. To the flash flooding, it's 2 nights in a row for the Texas Hill Country. A high risk for life-threatening flash flooding, rainfall rates to 3 inches an hour, rising river levels. We got flash floods washing out roadways. This is going to go into tomorrow, locally up to 15 inches of additional rain in the Texas Hill Country. David?
So concerned about that as well. Lee, thank you.
Yay. Yay. Have you watched the new Onion video? It's related. Oh, God. Jesus, look at those fires. Oh, I think I've seen this one. I wanted to... Oh, this is not the one. I did not see this one. I saw this one. Haha.
This is getting a little scary.
A little.
Holy shit.
Okay. Bro is too calm. Bro is too calm.
Okay, y'all need to hurry up here. Like, seriously, we're encased in flames now.
Bro is literally nonchalant about it. Bro, be chalant.
Hello, Jody, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you there. I'm telling them you were notching up.
Yeah, this has got to move fucking quick here. Holy crap. Oh, that's alright. This kind of burnt off, so we'll be okay now.
Yeah, it went across. Holy
Yeah.
shit.
Oh yeah, look over there.
We are
You guys got a light now or what? Did you guys get that light? Oh yeah, they're clipping. Whew! That's a meat and a half, eh?
Bro is literally, he's too Canadian. Oh my God. My job, oh, I drive a train through the flames of hell. You know, just an average Tuesday, nothing to see here. They want the other train to pass, that's why they're waiting. Yeah, and bro is like not stressed at all about it. Average River of Styx ride. Driver on the River Styx. Hello? I read that the company they were on the phone with left them to die while their coworkers on another train went against the orders and rescued them. Oh, that's good. They're calm because they've trained for this. I guess I've never driven a train before, so I don't know what the train driving manual looks like or the training looks like. I guess they train you for that. I guess they just train you. To deal with that. I just didn't consider that, I think. Wait, I wanted to see. Okay, no, just kidding. I can't find anything. Okay. A lot of us Canadians just perpetually live with the mindset of, well, I guess I'm dealing with this now and keep on. Yeah, I guess Americans have their own version of that, which is like just dealing with people who are shooting up every location all of the time. It's like, oh, I guess the school is being shot up now. Oh, okay, I guess the mall is being shot up now. Oh, I guess the movie theater is being shot up now. All right. That is what it is, I guess. Sometimes it just be like that, I suppose. And then I want to pull this up. Where is it? Where is it?
We're going to begin, as Michael said, with the toxic smoke from the Canadian wildfires moving south this morning, set to hit mid-Atlantic states. Northeast Midwest already hit so hard. Matt Rivers is in Brooklyn with the latest. Good morning, Matt.
Good morning, George. Another hazy day here in New York City. You can see the downtown skyline there behind me, obviously inundated with smoke, as millions of Americans across this country are gearing up for yet another day of this.
This morning, millions waking up once again to hazy, hazardous skies as smoke from those blazing Canadian wildfires keeps blowing across the border, traveling more than 1,000 miles.
We are reaching into a level of air quality that is dangerous for every single New Yorker.
From the Midwest on down to the Mid-Atlantic, a third straight day of air quality alerts.
When you walk outside, it burns, it stings a little bit, and we both have respiratory issues, so it's really hard to breathe.
Air quality advisories in more than a dozen states. Apocalyptic scenes from Chicago to New York.
All of this smoke combined with this oppressive heat wave can make for a dangerous combination, especially for those with pre-existing conditions. So New York City is actually handing out free KN95 masks at public libraries and police and fire stations.
Detroit
God, I love New York, dude.
And Chicago among the major cities with the worst air quality worldwide, with visitors to the Windy City feeling the effects.
Come out the subway, chest started to give me some issues, nose was burning, I can taste it.
Milwaukee officials recording their worst ever air quality, more than double the previous record number. Many across the nation choosing to wear masks. The hazy conditions also impacting flights. One Delta pilot telling passengers not to worry as a smoky smell invaded the cabin flying over New York.
So if you do smell that little bit of smoke, that's what we're going through right now. Just want to let you guys know that's from the wildfires out west.
Haze triggering flight delays in Philadelphia. Ash even sticking to an American Airlines plane in flight.
Yeah, it's adhering to the windshield. I've never seen it stick to the windshield like this.
Now that's
It's just like a little bit of
be kissing Denims' feet.
just some ash on the windshield. That's okay. It's okay. Yeah, that's fine.
smoke is set to move further south as we go through the day today into Virginia and Washington, D.C.
Crumple, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs.
Before hopefully clearing out for most over the weekend, but there is a chance that for many people in the U.S. that smoke is going to return, Michael, next week.
Oh, it's not good news, but I can tell you can feel it immediately when you go outside. Matt Rivers, thank you for bringing that to us.
And this happening at the same time of a super deadly flood in Texas.
Breaking news out of South Texas, where areas of the hill country are under a flash flood emergency. That's the highest possible level of warning. More than 20,000 people are being told to immediately head for higher ground as large and deadly flood waves have seen multiple rivers rise to what are described as perilous levels. The waters of the Guadalupe River rose more than 25 feet in just 1 hour earlier this morning. That's a danger for all creatures, not just humans. And crews have rescued dozens of people from rising waters. One family in Kerrville says they woke up at 2 a.m. to find water filling their home. They took shelter in the attic and say floodwaters were just a foot from the roof when rescuers reached them, thank God. Our meteorologist, Derek Van Dam, is joining us right now. Derek, so where do things stand right now, and when will this danger pass?
Wolf, we're getting new information from the National Weather Service regarding the Guadalupe River.
I'm sure Ted Cruz will personally step in and help, right, guys?
They are warning people to not become complacent, that it can give a false sense of security if they see the water levels going down, because they believe that a second crest may occur, specifically in Kerrville and into Hunt. This is, again, the southern hill country of Texas. So that's right along the Guadalupe River, right here. We've highlighted that flash flood emergency. It's that white polygon. To the north, though, I want to focus in on this area. This is the Pedernales River. And this is extremely important because now another wording, this is the third time I've ever heard this from the National Weather Service, a deadly, large and deadly flood wave moving downstream across the Pedernales River, just below downstream from the Fredericksburg area. So that region is under major flood stage as it stands, or it's forecast to become, and it is likely going to rival some of the historic crests. This is just incredible to see what's happening here. This rapid rise downstream from Fredericksburg, that is that large, deadly wave of water that we're seeing materialize here on many of the streams and rivers across the hill country. We've had rainfall accumulations just since midnight, more than 12 inches, and some places raining at 5 inches per hour, depending on where these bands set up. That's why they have these catastrophic flash flood emergencies tagged on that. That's the highest alert level that the National Weather Service can issue. Again, here's the Guadalupe River, Kerrville to Comfort. This is the area we have to watch out for the potential of a secondary crest. This is incredible to see on a river gauge, 25 feet of rapidly rising water just in 1 hour's time. By the way, the Guadalupe River at Comfort broke last year's record crest that was set up.
Listen, I know that the words that he's choosing to use are technically correct, but maybe we could stay away from incredible and broke last year's record.
On July 4th of 2025. We all know how that all played out. So this is why we're taking this so seriously. Kerrville, the area here, we still have flash flooding within this region, and another additional 3 to 5 inches of rain could.
Yesterday and the day before, my city was sepia tone and smelled like campfire. And on Wednesday, my city councilors voted no to an AI data center moratorium, even though all the constituents were begging for the moratorium. Live, laugh, love, AI lobbying. So true. Denims, this was the sun in New York City yesterday. Oh. These aren't omens. That's good. That's good. The blood sun rises. Stay safe. Chad, the zombies are coming soon. Yeah, it's just the blood moon. Nothing to worry about here. The blood moon and blood sun. I love living in Berserk. That's good. Kids love it. I wanted to pull this. Where is it?
Fall before we finally start to dry things out.
Joining us now by phone is the mayor of Kerrville, Texas, Joe Herring Jr. Mayor, thank you very much for joining us. The Kerr County judge just signed a disaster declaration and requested additional assistance from the state. Bring us up to speed on what you're seeing right now on the ground where you are in your city.
First off, thanks for telling our story. I appreciate it. What we're seeing here is levels of water that are even higher, in my opinion, than the river levels we saw July 4th, 2025. It rained hard all night, but it had rained hard Monday night and Tuesday night as well. And so as we went to bed last night, it was dry until about midnight. But since midnight, we've had hard rains in the Ingram, Kerrville, center point, and comfort areas.
Denims, tell us we're safe and it's fine. Denims, I pulled out my phone and there's a mysterious app called Devil Summoning Program. I don't remember installing it. Should I be concerned? Well, the good news is that our officials are taking care of it as we speak right now, right? We're doing the things that matter the most. We have our best men on the job taking care of this. Wait, no, this is a video of an emergency flight landing because someone heard the adhan and thought it was a terrorist. Yeah, a plane in the United States was forced to land after the sound of the adhan was heard from a passenger's phone. For anyone who doesn't know what that is, that's just the call to prayer. That's the equivalent of hearing church bells. Yeah.
Let's go. Stand up. Everybody heads down. Stand up. Stand up.
Yeah. A plane in the United States was forced to land after the sound of the adhan was heard from a passenger's phone. A Southwest airline flight traveling from Tennessee to Florida was forced to make an emergency landing in Atlanta. Upon landing, a SWAT team boarded the aircraft and detained one of the passengers, accusing him of being a terrorist and posing a bomb threat. It was later revealed that the detained passenger was a Muslim. Was a Muslim? Sorry. There's something so insane about like the dehumanizing language. It's kind of giving when people pretend like they're not being racist when they say blacks instead of black people. It's like, he was a Muslim. It's like, okay. All right. During his flight, his prayer time app activated and played the adhan, the Islamic call to prayer. The crew reportedly interpreted the sound as a potential security threat, notified dispatchers, and decided to make an emergency landing. I'd be so fucking mad, by the way, just want you guys to know. I'd be so mad on this fucking flight. And I'm like, yo, thanks guys. I love my flight being delayed because someone had a call to prayer on their phone. This is so fun. Yay! Oh boy! Scary prayer noise. All right. That's okay. That's okay. No. Sorry. Wrong story. I know our government officials are working hard. I know the agencies are working hard to work on all of the numerous issues occurring in this country, both infrastructure-wise and climate change-wise. No way. It's just Donald Trump proving that China hacked the U.S. election by presenting a document that's mostly redacted, but only says, PRC, analysis on U.S. government registration information from 18 states, plans to conduct U.S. person matching and public opinion analysis. No, wait, sorry. No. I know our elected officials are doing their best right now. That's got to be misinformation. You can see here Trump released documents that confirm Russia tried to interfere in 2020 election to hurt Biden. Wait a minute. President Putin and senior Russian officials are overseeing efforts by proxies to spread claims about former Vice President Biden, as well as Ukrainian politicians and alleged Ukrainian influence. Wait a minute. Wait, these are just documents proving that there was election interference that was made to discredit Biden. These figures are conspiring to intensify their efforts as the election approaches to orchestrate a high-profile corruption scandal implicating former Vice President Biden and the Democratic Party. Their aim is to defeat former Vice President and ensure the president's victory. Wait, so the information that Trump released to prove election fraud was Putin and the Russian government stepping in to reduce Biden's credibility? No, guys. This must be a mistake. I know for a fact that that's our elected officials would not. No. Okay. See, Tim Pool. Sources tell me that he's stable. Holy shit. Trump says intel shows China paid U.S. journalists to write negative stories about the Trump administration. I mean, thankfully we can trust this guy because this guy was definitely never paid by a foreign entity. He was definitely never paid $100,000 for episodes where he said things like, quote, Ukraine is the enemy of the West, and never questioned where the $100,000 per episode were coming from. So I know that we can trust Tim Pool because he's always been a great judge of character and been able to recognize where money is coming from. And in his defense, he was only 35 years old when he was groomed by the man who offered him, hundreds of thousands of dollars to say that Ukraine was the enemy of the West. You expect him to think, why would someone pay me that much money to say that? Are you fucking crazy? Like, are you crazy? He was a 35-year-old child, you sick fuck. All right? Okay, and I don't appreciate everyone in here, quite frankly, being ableist. He's bald. And going after a minor. He's 35 years old. So I need you guys to just tone it down a little bit. Just a little bit. Because it's getting a little bit out of control. And I thought you guys were better than this. All right? Okay. Thank you. Thank you. That's okay, guys. Because at least we're working on other important things, right? Like pumping our soldiers with testosterone. That's okay.
Absolute physical and mental limits to master the profession of arms. We demand your all, and you give it. But while we invest heavily in our weapon systems, platforms, and gear, our most decisive tactical advantage will always be the individual warfighter. We have a sacred duty to maintain that advantage, which is why we must constantly look for new ways to optimize your performance, your resilience, and your long-term health. And to meet that commitment today, I'm authorizing a new screening program for testosterone deficiency for our service members, ensuring you have the right testosterone levels to operate at your absolute best. Because it's well-established science that as we age, testosterone levels often naturally.
Chad, is this a good time to say that my doctor said I had low T? Do you think Hegseth would give me some tea? Some testosterone? To pump those levels up a little? Do you think that he could do that for me? My streamer is low T. Your skin looks phenomenal today. Thanks. I hope it makes up for not having any tea. Your camera's big enough already. And yes, that is a real story. I did go get my hormones tested and the doctor was like, your testosterone is really low. For a cis woman, your testosterone is way too low. And I was like, oh. Oops. Designated soy by doctor. Tough. Void to void transitioning. Pete frozen on the kissy face is sending me. Sorry, that's what he's gonna do to all the men after he testosterones them. That's okay, guys, right? Because we're definitely 100% for sure. There's gotta be at least someone that's been appointed or someone that we've elected. There's gotta be someone somewhere that is working on the climate change issues in our country, the infrastructure issues in our country, right? I mean, here's Tom Homan talking about how there will be more bloodshed unless they shut their mouths and let ICE enforce the laws. Wait, how does that help? The giant sinkhole and the flooding and the smog.
Going away.
But let's listen to him. Let's listen to him. 1 second. Wait. Maybe they'll send ICE, and ICE will be personally cooling the cities down. So 1 second.
To espouse her child. So, you know, President Trump's clear, this policy flag.
God, so fucking marble mouth.
To espouse her child. So, you know, President Trump's clear, this policy is not going away. But it all goes back to the Dems who want to continually attack ICE and tell people to evade them, tell people don't comply, tell people to resist, and tell people ICE isn't real law enforcement agency. You and I talked about this 1.5 years ago, Laura. I said if the hateful rhetoric didn't stop, there will be bloodshed. And I'm saying it right now.
It's almost hard to take it seriously from him when he's like, that will be bloodshed. That will be bloodshed. It's like, this is the authority figure.
I said if the hateful rhetoric didn't stop, there will be bloodshed. And I'm saying it right now. There's still going to be more bloodshed unless they shut their mouth and let ICE enforce the laws that they enacted.
How does he have like cotton mouth and wet mouth at the same time? It's like some areas of his mouth are nothing but like cotton and other parts are just wet. And it's like the worst combination. It's like so disgusting. I just can't. I can't, dude. It's just like. I just ate. Please don't describe it like that. Sorry. Somehow still better than RFK. You know, I would put them about the same. Jesus fucking Christ in him. He has dog DNA. Be less ableist. Excuse you. He's 99% Neanderthal. All right? 1% bulldog. All right, blaming it on the bulldog is not acceptable and not valid or fair. Okay? This is like probably, I think, the worst bait I've ever seen in my life. Why do you insult people's appearance? WTF. And the message right before that is, what have you done with your hair, girl? Do you need a mirror? I'm pretty. No, I meant for your stupidity. You're trying to call other people out on their insulting people's appearance, and you don't recognize that you're doing it. It's for your hypocrisy. Hello? Ah, yes. The classic sign of intelligence. Giving up and just posting an emoji. Brutally mogged. Brutally mogged to death. All right. Anyways, moving on. So what do you think Tom Homan meant when he said more bloodshed unless they shut their mouths? What do you think that meant? But you know what, guys? It's okay, right? Because oh, we're focusing on the issues that really matter. See, you know, maybe our elected officials aren't doing anything and our appointed officials aren't doing anything, but our reporters are doing things. See, look at this Fox News guy taking care of business and doing real journalism that people have been asking about.
Do you know that you can't be sleeping here?
Yeah, I know.
Sorry, let me make it a little bit louder. It's so quiet.
Do you know that you can't be sleeping here?
Yeah, I know.
So why are you doing it?
I'm not sleeping here.
Mayor Mom, do you know?
Thank God. Thank God. You know, I was thinking if only someone would go up to those homeless people and ask them why they are sleeping outside without a home. Like, I've been waiting for someone to do real journalism like this. You know, I thought Nick Shirley would be the first to, you know, break the case on this and start walking up to homeless people and asking them these questions, because that's really like hard-hitting journalism. And I know Nick Shirley can deliver on stuff like that. But I'm glad at least we have this. Imagine Jesus coming back and this is what he catches you doing. But that's okay, right, guys? Because, like, no. You guys, our journalists are journalisting, all right? It's not like Jesse Waters is on air making jokes about how the U.S. military is going to rape women in Asia.
He says you lose your endurance, muscle mass. So, yeah, I want these guys on it. But you know what's going to happen? The guys that don't need it are going to take it. To triple boost. Right. And then they're going to get out there. And women on base, you guys better be careful. Yeah. Port calls, women in Asia, you better be careful. Because these guys are going to be wild animals, and you better watch out.
Okay.
Low T.
You should have held his hand. Yeah, but I don't know if I would have.
Oh, Dana.
Oh, you guys get it? Because he's saying that a bunch of people in the military are going to take the testosterone and then rape women in Asia. You know, personally, I'm shocked. I didn't anticipate this. I was very surprised that Jesse Waters, Jesse, I slashed my future wife's tires, Waters, would say that. Like, this guy, you're really telling me that this guy right here, this guy would be making rape jokes?
These people, Jesse, think that they're even...
Wait. You're telling me this guy right here, this upstanding gentleman, would do that. Fox News host brags about deflating colleagues' tires so he could drive her home.
Trying to get Emma to date me. First thing I did, let the air out of her tires. She couldn't go anywhere. She needed a lift. I said, hey, you need a lift? She hopped right in the car. Does she know this story? No, she doesn't know this story.
Does she watch the show?
The Jesse Jr. does.
You're
basically the Zodiac killer. It has a happy ending. Really?
Oh,
yes, we're married. Did you really do that?
Is that the first time you did it, or did you use that before?
It works like a charm.
Oh, okay. Kathy Lee Gifford joins us.
In a just world, Jesse Waters would be sent to work in the mines for the rest of his life. No more interactions with human beings. To the mines. In a just world. How can we possibly live in a just world where some random people are getting black lung, but it's not Jesse Waters? Student conservatives would be like, there's no such thing as rape culture. It's like, there is no war in Ba Sing Se. There's no war in Ba Sing Se. All right, let me pull this up. You know what, guys? Maybe the world is all gone to shit, but at least on the internet, things have gotten better. Like YouTube deciding to say for no reason at all, saying YouTube has responded to calls from users to bring back dislikes for shorts. The company said removing the feature gives viewers a better experience. Are those viewers in the room with us? This is what I'm going to say, all right? I think YouTube should just have the same feature that like Instagram has, where like on Instagram you can turn off likes for a post. Like if you don't want your post or your video to show the number of dislikes, you can personally turn it off. Otherwise, it should be there. Because I understand, like, hate brigading on YouTube sucks, especially when people see, like, the dislike ratio and they're like, oh, no, it should be lower, so they dislike it more or whatever. I understand wanting to, like, give like, YouTubers or, like, people who upload content the ability to have the option. But, like, why? What? Oh, okay. But you know what, guys? Listen. At least we might not have much in this country. All right? We might not have officials that care, but at least the institutions are still there, right? Like the Department of Education, the official U.S. Department of Education Twitter account, posting a meme that immediately undermines the U.S. Department of Education. What exactly is the bottom one supposed to be? I think it's supposed to be like men in sports or whatever, this stupid nonsense. Isn't that good? Oh, look. I love not having freedom of speech, by the way. Isn't that good? I don't even know what this one is supposed to be. Nothing that resembles a sombrero anymore. Nope. No more sombreros. No more cool hats. Only this ugly piece of shit hat. Huh? But it's okay, guys, right? Because you guys see this, like, awful video of, the F-18 Hornet that was driving. It was like doing like a flyover right above like a beach. I actually straight up, okay. Let me pull it up one sec. I'm not gonna lie, I would be pissed if this happened to me. If I was on the beach trying to have a good time, and I already... Okay. How do I say this without sounding like the most neurodivergent person ever? Sand is not like a fun texture, you know? I like the idea of the beach, but I hate sand. Like, I don't... Maybe if you go to one of those really nice beaches where the sand is super soft, but it's like, it's really coarse, it gets everywhere, it gets on everything. It's kind of, there's so many things that I don't like about it. But, you know, it is what it is. I can deal with it. Physical sensations that suck, I can mostly deal with. I cannot. We Anakin posting today is that I have never watched Star Wars. Okay. Had to make sure not to fuck that one up. What is your opinion on streaming university? The same as my opinion on Star Wars. I haven't seen anything, so I have no opinion. Girl, you hit the full clip. Does he not like sand? You almost quoted Anakin word for word. Wait, are you serious? Does he not like sand either?
I don't like sand. It's coarse and rough and irritating, and it gets everywhere.
Okay. Well, he was spitting. Like, I don't know what to say. Like,
Not like here. Here everything is soft and smooth.
okay, well, you know, he was correct about that. Like, I don't know what to say, you know. A broken clock, something, something, twice a day. Anyways, the only thing I can't stand, that I really can't stand, is like irritating audio. No wonder he got evil, or he became evil. He grew up on a sand planet and he hates sand. I know, right? Yeah, I just, dude. Oh, come on, you've seen it, LOL. Sure, whatever you want, man. Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen all of them. I saw the one with the where they go and then they, you know, and that other part was so good. And the I'm your father. She has seen the memes, I bet. Yeah. I definitely stored any memes I saw right here. Anyways. What was I saying? Andor is woke. Okay, admittedly, I have seen Andor, but that doesn't like... That's like a spin-off. It doesn't feel the same. I don't know why. I feel like it's just like, whatever. That's true. I have seen Andor. Caught. I'd be so mad with a fucking jet flying overhead. Well, it's not like a jet, right? It's a... Actually, I don't know. I don't know how they classify jets. Might be a jet. It actually might be a jet. No, okay, it is a jet. Okay. I was like, for a second, I was like, wait. Would it be considered a jet? Yeah, it's a jet. And you just have this fucking loud-ass fucking noise over you, and then a bunch of sand hits your fucking face. Like, look at this video and tell me that you wouldn't be pissed. Again, don't get me wrong. I would be down for like a plane show, bringing, you know, some like earplugs or something and enjoying the show. But like, I don't really want to get hit with a bunch of sand in my face, loud as shit, not expecting it, just trying to go to like the beach, and then I get hit with lifetime tinnitus or lifelong tinnitus. If that was part of the show and you were expecting to see that, then I would think it's cool. Yeah. The flyover is not bad, not just because it's bad not just because the jet, it's a gigantic safety risk because he's flying so low that any small thing could cause the jet to crash into the crowd. It's incredibly unsafe maneuver to do at the height that they're doing at. IDK, this shit is super cool. Don't take the lib bait. Lib bait. You think this shit's cool? See, this is classic lib bait. This is classic lib bait. Classic. Yeah. I think it would have been cool if he was flying higher up. I think that would be cool. I don't think it's particularly cool to have a plane flying right next to you at like 1 billion decibels with sand flying in your fucking face. I don't think that part is particularly cool. Safety is for losers. You're not going to tell me to unload my gun before cleaning it. Holy shit, it's so low to the ground. Oh my God. Can definitely cause hearing damage. It's bad. The only reason I don't want to talk about, or the only reason that I'm hesitant to talk about hearing damage is because I do feel like most people don't take their hearing seriously. Like, people be going to concerts and shit with no earplugs. I take my hearing seriously, and I don't go to concerts. And I have earplugs basically always, but, could you speak up? What did you say? I couldn't hear that, huh? What did you say? What? Huh? Yeah, sorry, my bad. All right. As an audio engineer, I can tell you that spending an hour at a concert is worse for your hearing than this. Well, yeah, that's why I said, like, the only reason I'm not super keen on talking about the hearing damage, although I'll bring it up, is because, I mean, I take my hearing seriously, but I do think most people don't take their hearing seriously. All right, let me close this. Not a Reaper. Only the first 3 seconds are safe, but this is what libbait looks like. Oh, all right, right. Yeah, no, this is classic. See this? This is libbait. This is classic libbait. I actually like when planes go so low to the ground that they might crash. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Mm-hmm. And then, thankfully, our officials are really taking this seriously. You can tell because, where is it? Here's Pete Hegseth saying the flyovers will continue until morale improves. That's good. So cool. Yes. So good and cool. Yes. All right. You know what that means, guys. Surely, our president is taking everything very seriously.
Good evening. Before we begin, I'm proud to report that our country is safer, stronger, and far wealthier than it has ever been before. We are doing great. Less than 2 years ago, we inherited an economic and social disaster. After the worst inflation in 48 years, the wide open borders with millions and millions of people pouring in from all over the world, including criminals of all types, and 11,888 murders, many of whom killed more than one person. We had transgender for everybody, men and women's sports, crime ravaging our cities, and the whole world was laughing at us as a nation, but not anymore. 2 years ago, our country was dead. Now we are the hottest country anywhere in the world. America is respected like we have never been respected before. We have more money being invested in the United States than at any time in the history of our country. More Americans are working today than ever before. This week it was announced that inflation saw the largest monthly decline in more than 6 years. Just happened. It was just given out. The media reported it, and we accept it. The best in 6 years. The tax cuts in our great, big, beautiful bill are saving hardworking families thousands and thousands of dollars, like with the provisions, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors, along with the interest deduction on a loan used to purchase a car, but only if that car is made in America, and a 100% expensing for our job-creating businesses. Our stock markets are at their highest point in many years, but we can actually say of all time. And your 401ks, pensions, and retirement accounts are setting records every single day, the highest in history. For years, we paid the highest price for prescription drugs anywhere in the world. Now we pay the lowest price under my most favored nation's policy.
Huh? What? That's definitely not true. No, we don't.
Because I was able to get...
I don't know about you guys, but my drug prices haven't changed at all in like the past, I don't even know how many years they haven't changed.
The rest of the world and the pharmaceutical companies to act responsibly. Drug prices are coming down by 70, 80, and 90%. TrumpRx.gov, this will ultimately reduce the cost of health care. You have to go to TrumpRx.gov and take advantage of it. But the cost of health care is coming way down because of what we've done with prescription drugs. And with Trump accounts, every child in America now has access to a tax-free investment account to save for their future. Billions and billions of dollars are being invested, put in by companies and individuals to take care of our children so that at age 18, they will have potentially hundreds of thousands of dollars in their account, and they'll get off to a great start in life. So for that, go to TrumpAccounts.gov and sign up your child or any child who'd like to sign up. Our previously wide open borders have been transformed into the most secure borders in the history of our country, with 0 illegal aliens being admitted to the United States in the past 14 months. That is 0. Nobody thought it was possible. We had the worst border in the history of our country, and now we have the best. Crime is...
I'm sure that that fund won't be randomly closed for no reason and then have all of the money stolen. Haha. Don't worry, guys, it's Trump.
Is plummeting nationwide, with the murder rate at its lowest level since 1900, or more than 125 years ago. We're making a record investment in our armed forces, and we have the strongest and most powerful military by far anywhere in the world. I built it during my first term, and unfortunately, we're forced to use it now. We won in Venezuela, which is now working with us to produce millions and millions of barrels of oil. We are likewise winning big in Iran, and you will see the fruits of that labor very, very shortly. America is back and doing really well, but we still have a major challenge that must be urgently addressed, because no country can be great without fair and honest elections. You have to trust your country, because if there can be no trust, there can be no greatness. And that's very simple. No trust, no greatness.
Thankfully, we have a lot of trust in this government.
For many years, I've called for bold, swift, and decisive action to protect the integrity of America's elections. Every American deserves to know that when they cast their vote, that vote will be counted accurately in a system, and that is to make that system secure. One where cheating and interference are not just difficult, but virtually impossible. Unfortunately, the system we have today falls catastrophically short of that standard. Tonight, I'm announcing the immediate declassification and release of critical intelligence revealing shocking vulnerabilities in our election infrastructure. This evidence shows that the election system we have dangerously exposes, and really exposes like levels never thought possible, to hack.
You know, he's talking about the fact that there was, in fact, interference in the election, and that there was a campaign by Putin, a good friend of Trump's, to undermine Joe Biden.
exploitation and foreign interference. Just as disturbingly, this vital information has for many years been covered up and hidden from you, the American people, our beautiful, our great American people. But that all changes right now. The documents we will release starting tonight have been gathered by the White House Government Transparency Task Force, a great group of people, along with the staff of the President's Intelligence Advisory Board, supported by our top intelligence agency chiefs, who have all personally reviewed the findings. We are presenting this evening and fully confirmed their authenticity. You can see these documents for yourself at whitehouse.gov. That's whitehouse.gov. Go check it out. Our purpose in disclosing this information is not to weaken confidence in election, but to earn that confidence by confronting vulnerabilities and correcting them very, very quickly. And that's what we're doing. The documents cover 5 major areas of concern. First, they show that over a period of years, starting during the 2020 election cycle, the People's Republic of China carried out what is believed to be the largest compromise of election data in history, resulting in China's illicit acquisition of 220 million U.S. voter files. That information includes names, addresses, phone numbers, political party preferences, and other sensitive data that would be needed to register to vote and engage in other nefarious activities, which is exactly what was happening. This data loss presents an unprecedented election security nightmare. The intelligence even shows that China assigned a data exploitation unit specifically to this new project. Compounding the travesty, the second set of documents we are releasing reveals that members of the deep state, very, very famous group of people, in many cases, in our intelligence agency work to actively suppress and downplay information about the extent of China's sinister election meddling, covering it up from both the president and the American people.
By the way, this never happened. He hasn't released any of the evil Chinese meddling in the election that proves that Trump was harmed in 2020.
Like nobody thought was possible. U.S. spy agencies began learning about the compromise of voter registration files in 2020 when they discovered that tens of millions of voter data, think of that, tens of millions of voters' data in 18 states have been bought, stolen, or hacked by China. Yet those responsible for sounding the alarm instead kept the information secret and hidden. They did not disclose to me as president or to anyone else, and to the best of our knowledge, they did not inform Congress. In fact, all they kept saying is, this is the most secure election in the history of our country. A standard, very pat line.
But that was your DOJ. His DOJ said it was the most secure election. What?
That was divvied out to say the cover-up of this colossal security breach is even more disturbing in light of the additional information showing that China engaged in other election-related activities to undermine my first administration and our 2020 campaign. They did not want, and they just didn't want it. They fought like hell not to have it, Donald Trump, to win, and for good reason. As the documents we are releasing show, CIA reporting explicitly stated, and I quote, in mid-2018, the Chinese Communist Party's policy was to leverage all domestic and foreign elements that were opposed to the U.S. president in an effort to reduce the U.S. president's votes and make him resign or prevent his re-election. Isn't that nice? Also, in mid-2018, China was working to influence the results of the U.S. midterm elections and later the results of the 2020 presidential election itself. Separately, in mid-2019, the Chinese government's strategy against the United States was focused on undermining domestic confidence in the U.S. president. They wanted to just...
Yeah, China really had to do that. It was China is the reason why people have no confidence in the United States or in Trump. Yup. Yeah. I like how China responded. China rejects Trump's election interference claim as groundless accusation. China says it's never interfered and has no interest in doing so. Yeah, because the Chinese strategy is do nothing and win. The idea that China would need to specifically do something to humiliate Trump and make people not like Trump is like hilarious. In a daily briefing in Beijing, Lin called on the U.S. to stop making groundless accusations against China. The relevant allegations by the U.S. are entirely fabricated and aimed at vilifying China. We have no interest in interfering with U.S. elections and have never done so. I feel like as China looking in on the U.S., it's like, damn, they're just cooking themselves. We don't even need to step in. We can just like make our country better and like invest in infrastructure and decommodify housing. And the U.S. will just like burn itself to the ground. Great.
Make you sound like your president wasn't so hot, when actually your president has done a great job, and they did everything possible to do exactly that. Going on, this document says, and this is by the CIA, the strategy included efforts to use Chinese contacts with big U.S. companies to influence U.S. business leaders to turn against the president of the...
Sorry, this cheddar. You think Biden got 80 million votes with zero campaign effort from his basement? Yes or no? You underestimate how much people dislike Trump. Do you understand if you went and like door knocked or like spoke to anyone who voted Biden, the vast majority of people who voted Biden said something along the lines of, well, he was in the camp, he was vice president with Obama, and that was such a good time. So I'll probably vote for him again, I guess. Or like, I guess I'll vote for him. I prefer it over Trump. Do you understand? That like name recognition alone is so powerful, and that the vast majority of people that are voting are not voting based off of anything other than vibes. And Trump's vibes are not good to the majority of people. People vote against Trump, not for the other candidate.
United States of America. The Chinese government sought to identify U.S. journalists who had reported negatively on the U.S. president. And
I didn't insinuate anything. I just wanted your opinion for the record. Okay. I just want you to know the idea that you didn't insinuate anything when you wrote zero campaign effort from his basement is silly. Like, that's factually not true.
pay them large sums of money to write more negative articles about him, as many as they could, and they didn't care what they said. The Chinese government wanted U.S. president to lose the next election, and the reason they wanted me to lose is because they knew I was wise to them, charged them billions and billions of dollars worth of tariffs, and built the strongest military anywhere in the world. We have the strongest military anywhere in the world. These are exact quotes from the CIA reporting. The name of the person doing the quote is now under review, but it gets even worse. Raw intelligence obtained by the FBI in 2020, yet buried by rogue bureaucrats, stated that China's activities even included an attempt to manufacture illegal ballots for Joe Biden. Documents show that during this period, dozens of significant CIA and NSA reports about China's election targeting were kept out of the presidential briefing. These were briefings I would get almost every day. Everything was kept out that was of importance. One email among intelligence analysts admitted that they had, quote, deliberately massaged the presidential daily briefing to withhold information regarding Chinese activities related to the election. Another official inside the FBI wrote that she was running, quote, a shadow government, unquote, to keep intelligence about China's election meddling from becoming known and to keep it away from the honorable press. Other officials who witnessed such efforts perceived the motivations to be blatantly political. Recently, we found significant numbers of burn bags.
So, if I can just ask a quick question. If you were China and you were to interfere in the United States elections, would you interfere to get Trump elected or to get Biden elected? And you're trying to undermine U.S. hegemony. Just think about it for a second. Yeah. You would try to get Trump elected to undermine U.S. authority. Which is, by the way, what the documents show. As the 2020 election approaches, the IC has detected Chinese state-sponsored cyber actors targeting the former vice president's presidential campaign, probably to gather intelligence that could enable future operations. The documents show that China used publicly available information. Here's the full document. Here's this. Which, by the way, you guys can read the... It's, like, sad, because maybe I should play the Jordan Klepper finger the pulse thing, where he shows, like, all these people, all these conservatives saying, like, yeah, you should read the, not the hearing, the indictment or whatever it was. I don't remember the exact name for the document. And all these people are like, well, I didn't read it. I just took his word for it. All the documents released by the president clearly say China accessed public data and didn't interfere. Russia interfered and spread lies about Biden, Burisma, and rigged elections to benefit Trump. Lots of declassified documents released tonight with POTUS speech. I'm not seeing anything specific on China actually manipulating votes, though. This stood out from the unclassed August 2020 NIC assessment, which is Russian actors attempting to delegitimize Biden.
Information and
the transcript. Read the transcript. There we go.
Is a group of bags that were used to destroy information given by President Barack Hussein Obama to be burned. It was supposed to be burned. These bags were supposed to be at a different level by different people, incinerated and checked, but it never happened. Maybe we got lucky. We believe this was not done on purpose, but rather through gross incompetence of the people that were supposed to burn the bags. But the findings are stunning. Today, I'm asking the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, the Department of Justice, the FBI, and the CIA to investigate how and why such crucial information was hidden, to fire those involved in the cover-up, and to file criminal charges, if appropriate, against these people. Yet concealing China's meddling was only the beginning. The third set of documents we are releasing proves that for many years, Americans were blatantly lied to about the security of our election infrastructure, including electronic voting machines and ballot counting systems. Dishonest, almost all. They're vulnerable and they're easily compromised. And
again, Trump's own Department of Justice said that the election was the most secure election that they had ever seen. Dominion literally won the lawsuit against Fox News because their ballots were secure.
People within our government knew that. Tonight we're publishing...
It's just like the conservative stupidity has like no end. It's just like an infinite black hole. Like the conservatives that eat up the we need voter ID laws. It's like, you know, you have to register to vote, right? You know, once you vote under your name, no one else can vote under your name. You know, however many, like, I think it's like less than 100 instances of voter fraud in the past 2 decades have basically all been Republicans. What? Let's spend a bunch of money to solve a problem that doesn't exist because we're not actually trying to solve this problem. What we're actually trying to do is, checks notes, make it harder for marginalized groups and poor zip codes to vote. It's always the same people who cry about having to do multiple background checks for guns are the ones who need several ID checks to vote. It's like, again, you have to register to vote. You have to be so fucking stupid to think that, like, a bunch of migrants are going into a voting center and saying, it's my turn to vote, and that there's no one there that's like, oh, okay, go for it. Or sorry, that there's no one there saying, well, can I get your name, phone number, address, anything to verify your identity? Like, their idea of what a voting station looks like, or a voting booth looks like, is like, you just show up and then scratch off a ballot and then put it in the like, I don't know, metaphorical ballot hole, although they're mostly digital nowadays. And then you just do that 40 times. Like, you can't just walk in to a fucking, sorry, maybe there's been like one instance, someone's gonna like find the one instance of the Republicans doing this. Most ballot locations are very, very, very secure. I feel like it's something you can only think if you've never voted before. Like, how do you not understand how, like, voting booths work? How? Even if they're voting by mail, you have to be registered and have it sent to your address. Again, it's like, what? They check, especially in California, which one of the many blue states that they say is where all the voter fraud is occurring. You can check, like, they check your full identity with your ballot. Like, it's not like they say, like, okay, well, I'm not even going to bother checking the name on this one. That's 1 billion votes for Biden, and you can destroy the rest of them. Like, I don't. What?
A series of previously classified U.S. intelligence community assessments and other reports proving that our government has long known these machines are extremely exposed to attack. As one assessment states, we judge that the United States adversaries, including at a minimum Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, as well as non-state groups, have the capability to compromise U.S. election infrastructure. That's unquote, but that's some statement, isn't it? Made by supposedly great patriots of our country. The document goes on to further state that, quote, we assess that centralized election-related data repositories, such as voter registration databases, poll books, and other official election websites, are most vulnerable to exploitation, and adversaries could use this access to these systems to disrupt election processes within the United States of America. Tonight, we're releasing all of those findings, and spanning from January 2020 to June 2026. This is a cyber threat aimed at the very heart of our democracy. Many people have questioned whether it could actually be possible to electronically manipulate vote totals or change election results on these terrible machines. Today, we are releasing documents.
The terrible machines that were proven in court to be secure, so secure that Fox News had to pay out how much money? Dude, what? Your hair is so cute, thanks. It was working with me today. Yesterday it was not.
That show the CIA obtained reporting of a specific plot to do a big number in favor of the corrupt Maduro regime in Venezuela. And that's exactly what happened, conspiring to digitally rig their own country's elections in 2020, and that's what they did. This reporting included precise details about methods to regime develop to digitally alter vote totals in ways that could not be detected even with an audit, no matter how deep they went. This intelligence underscores why we must take urgent action to ensure that our own system can never, ever be hacked.
So let me get this straight just really fast, man. We definitely super duper got hacked, and that's why all the voter ballot numbers changed. But also, you can't prove it because they hacked it so good and so deep. Oh, well, if we're prosecuting everyone based off of things that aren't perfectly provable, I guess you can go to prison for forever for, you know, being a child rapist. Since I guess the bar for proof is gone now. Okay.
Or compromised like it was in the past.
Current
The
state
fourth
of
set
the
of
union.
documents reveals that even when significant evidence of fraud has been
It's
detected.
also not how digital forensics works. Well, you don't understand because you've never hacked something so deep and good.
It has been buried and covered up. Among the disclosures tonight are FBI files detailing evidence of alleged fraud by a large-scale voter registration operation in Michigan. In 2020, Michigan State Police raided a Democrat Get Out the Vote organization, corrupt group in Muskegon. And we're so concerned by what they found. They were just so concerned, they couldn't believe it, actually, that they contacted the FBI in Detroit. The documents state that some canvassers admitted to FBI agents that they signed voter registration forms in other people's names, submitted fraudulent registration for people who did not exist, and received gift cards tied to their number of applications that they produced. Another
source, I made it the fuck up. Dude, well, I guess to be fair, the only thing he didn't make up was Elon Musk talking about paying people for voting.
In other words, it was pay, play, and cheat. The FBI agents working on the case believe that crimes were committed, yet the Biden Department of Justice slow-walked the investigation and killed it. Tonight, I'm asking the FBI director to ensure that the matter is fully investigated and to work with the Department of Justice to prosecute those responsible for any crimes. Finally, to reveal just how vulnerable our elections continue to be, we are releasing the results of a stunning investigation by the Department of Homeland Security. According to the DHS review of state voter rolls and public records, they identified approximately 278,000 non-citizens who are registered to vote in federal elections. Since Democrat states refuse to share their voter files, the real number is actually much higher than that. Yet, even this limited analysis found more than 250,000 foreigners illegally registered to vote. Put together, these disclosures reveal an election system so broken and so vulnerable that no one can possibly defend it. It is not defensible. Hundreds of millions of U.S. voter files are in the hands of foreign governments. Our machines and ballot counting systems are exposed to hacking and manipulation and corruption. China and other countries have been trying to meddle in our elections. Evidence of fraud has been buried. Hundreds of thousands of non-citizens and dead people are listed and active on the voter rolls. And yet,
again, you go and look at all these dead people, the hundreds of millions, and by hundreds of millions, I mean 4, 5 maybe, and they're all Republicans.
Yet we still have elections with no voter ID, no proof of citizenship, and tens of millions of ballots floating aimlessly through the mail. As one example of the insanity, California's recent election for mayor of LA and governor was held on June 2nd, a long time ago, but it was just completed a few days ago on July 10th. Think of that, much more than 1 month. Took a month to count the votes. I wonder what they were doing. This is worse than any third world country. There's no third world country that has elections like we have. In a rare move, NBC and ABC Fake News have both said that they would not cover this speech. They knew what it was about because of the fact that they don't like the topic, because they know how corrupt our system is and they don't want to reveal it. They and others in the media are part of a plot. They want to continue this fraud for whatever reason. They want to keep it going. They want to protect the radical left. They can't have a great country, and that's true. You can't have a great country without free and fair elections. Fraud like this should mean a...
Is the plot in the room with us? The plot is gone, people. The plot is totally gone, man. Hey guys, really quick. Just as like one random example. In the highly contested state of Pennsylvania, heritage data goes back 30 years and covers 32 elections with over 100 million votes cast, and only found 39 cases of voter fraud. The percentage of fraudulent votes in Arizona over the last 25 years of election was a minuscule 0.0000845%, and no election outcome in the United States has ever been altered by ballot fraud. In an effort to debunk the inevitable accusations of fraud, election officials around the country are working hard to inform voters on how voting actually works. Again, because if you vote, you know, first of all, the penalty for voter fraud is insane, as it should be. It's like pretty much guaranteed time in jail or prison. I think it's like 5 to 10 years for any type of voter fraud. So it's not really worth the risk. It's just not worth, like, there's no, I'm sorry, Soros paying people like $20 or whatever for a ballot is not worth it. But more importantly, I feel like you can only think this if you've never registered to vote. Like, when you register to vote, you give like all of your information, your full name, social security. You need an ID usually to register to vote. You definitely need a fucking social security number to vote. Like, you have to give all of this and sign up months in advance. And the only way you can vote in person or by mail is when they send it to you, which is cross-referenced with the list of people if you send it by mail with the number, with the whether or not you are allowed to vote. That's why there's like barcodes on all this shit. They don't take the ballot and they're like, well, that's one for Biden. Don't worry about the name. That's another one for Biden. Don't worry about that. Like, what? No, it's a super secret process that's totally untraceable and leaves no evidence at all. Also, Trump votes by mail and is arguing that it's rigged. Well, like, Trump is literally a liar, you know? Of course he's lying about that, right? It's just so insane to me. I just don't understand. I've already pre-ordered my my $1,000 ballots from China. They will be here. They told me they will be here in 5 days, so I have time to sign all of them and check the right box and everything. Oh, thank goodness. Oh, thank goodness. Phew. For a moment, I was concerned. It's just so, like, you're solving a problem that doesn't exist, that doesn't need a solution, because our elections actually are unbelievably secure, as evidenced by your own DOJ's report. And again, if you ever have signed up to vote before, you should know that they're secure. I have voted in a bunch of blue cities because I'm voting often. I'm voting early. I'm the one committing all the fraud. No, but having voted in New York and having voted in LA, the two most liberal cities, not literally, but two of the most liberal cities in this country, they're secure, dude. Like, I don't know what to tell you. They have like security guards, man. You can't just like run past someone, shove them to the ground and vote for them. Like, what do they think is happening? I just don't understand. they think that you can mail in a piece of paper that says this vote is for Biden and then they count that? Like, what is happening? What? I'm going to risk jail time to turn my one vote into 2 votes. I just can't, man. This also feels a lot like the COVID pandemic stuff, the plandemic stuff, where like, even if you don't, like, if you're a super truther about the plandemic, like, look around you. Do you think the people around you are pretending to have COVID? Do you think the people that you know that were like in their beds suffering were just pretending? Like, what? Even if you don't believe like on like the statistics, like, look around you. And I feel like if you look around you, like, I am not surprised that Trump got as many votes as he did because the conservatives in this country are so fucking stupid. I feel like they should just be able to go to a blue city and run into enough people that voted Biden. Like I don't understand. Like, I would understand if every single person you talk to ever and every single person that was ever interviewed or whatever that you've ever run into was like a super Trumper. But like a lot of these people complain that they're like, their kids are too wokey. And the next generation is destroying this country by being too woke. Like, how do you parse through that? How do you deal with the fact that you think that so many people are destroying this city and making it into a liberal hellhole, but also it had to be stolen because Biden couldn't have gotten that many votes? Like, use your brain, people. Like, what? They believe they were poisoned by vaccines. No, there are some people that said that there was no COVID, that COVID was bullshit. What's up, Denim? Congrats on the lawsuit win. Thanks. Thank you.
Revocation of their licenses. They use our public multi-billion-dollar in value airways for absolutely no money. They pay nothing. All we want is honesty in our elections and honesty in reporting. They pay nothing for multi-billion-dollar assets. Great damage has been done to our country. Our elections were left vulnerable to being rigged and stolen, and the trust of the American people was lost. This cannot be allowed to continue. Every American, whether you're a Republican, Democrat, Independent, or otherwise, should be able to agree that we deserve the most secure, honest, and fair election system anywhere in the world. Secure elections should be a partisan, really, we should be together, Democrats, Republicans, Independents, everybody, and it should not be a partisan issue. It should cause to unite us, not to divide us. This should be a cause. We should be united, not divided. In light of the brand new and irrefutable information I have revealed tonight, my administration is in the process of notifying the states whose election data was compromised by the People's Republic of China and many others. We will be working closely to mitigate any harm. And
so the thing that I don't understand about this logic either is how do Trumpers think exactly that work? That Trump was in office, but his time in office made the elections not secure, but he definitely made them secure now? And then Biden's time in office made them so secure that Trump won? Like, what? You don't need to have a functional brain to be a Trump supporter. Well, at Denims, are you going for SLAP attorney fees, Prage? SLAP doesn't apply on federal court. SLAP is for state court, so I can't pursue an anti-SLAP motion because, it's federal court. But Ideally after appeals, but appeals process is really long, so I'm just going to be technically in this lawsuit for another probably year or 18 months or whatever. And then after that, I can potentially appeal, or sorry, I can potentially ask for attorney fees. Yeah. Oh my God.
We're taking swift action to ensure that sensitive voter data is better protected so we can never be bought, we can never be hacked, and we can never watch a stolen election again. Tomorrow, the Secretary of Homeland Security will hold a briefing to outline his department's recent work confirming cyber vulnerabilities in our electronic...
You know what's funny? Something I don't see anyone ever talk about is the fact that Trump literally opened us up to cybersecurity vulnerabilities from Russia. Did that happen? Yeah. I've been talking about it since day one, and I haven't seen anyone else talk about it. And it's crazy. It's like, I don't know, man. Maybe the call is coming from inside the house. Someone said it's like a Nigerian prince scam. If you think about it too hard, you self-select out of the pool of people who fall for it, and they're just trying to give bad justification to hogs. You're totally correct. Hey, Denims, any chance that the sinkhole was created to punish Californians for Gavin Newsom? Thank you. That is a very reasonable, I think, assumption, honestly. Yeah, I think so. I think it might be the case yeah, that makes sense to me.
voting systems, they are bad.
He thinks we're dumb? No, he thinks his voter base is dumb, which they are.
We're in the process of informing governors, senators, and members of Congress of potential issues in their states. If you look at voting today, it's in such bad shape in so many states, and we are committing to fix it. And we're also committing to be working with those states and local jurisdictions to help them fix and patch known technical vulnerabilities before the midterm elections. We have very important elections coming up. We want those elections to be honest. I've also ordered DHS to notify every state about non-citizens on their voter rolls and direct them to remove all ineligible voters from the lists immediately. But most importantly, addressing this crisis of election security demands that Congress must pass the Save America Act. How easy is that to do unless you want to cheat? The only reason you wouldn't do it is you want to cheat. Because
I saw like the most beautiful comic. By the way, there are lots of reasons to not be for the fucking Save Act. But I just can't. Like, I feel like I'm like, low-key, I just feel like a fucking broken record repeating this shit over and over and over and over again. But I will say, maybe I can find it. I'll try and go fast. There was a comic I saw about flock cameras that was just like chef's kiss. Hold up. Oh, come on. Does anyone know what I'm talking about? No. There's this comic artist that makes this, like, I don't even know how to describe it. Oh, wait. Give me a second. Let me cook. Let me cook. Let me cook. There's this comic artist that draws, like, these weird-looking cats. Does that ring a bell to anyone? Does anyone know what I'm talking about? I don't want to spoil like the actual comic. I want to just show it to you guys. Oh my god, I can't find this. No. All right, I'm gonna look for it. I'm gonna look for it. You're crazy. Okay, listen, buddy. Bucko, pal. All right, I'm not gonna be able to find it by doing this. Are they very scribbly and kind of grimy looking? Yeah. Yes. Like a comic style or a video? A comic style. This payout better be worth it. I'm going to try and find it. Let's watch a little bit more, but I'm going to try and find it.
Because your policies are so bad and your candidates are so pathetic that you can't get away or can't get elected any other way. This landmark bill requires that all voters must show photo, voter ID. How simple is that? Could I have your photo, please? Photo, voter ID. All voters must provide proof of citizenship. Are you a citizen of our country, please? And hopefully there will be no corrupt mail-in ballots, which if you watched California...
Guy who uses mail-in ballots just totally vice or virtue signaling to his audience. We're going to go after the mail-in ballot voters. We're going to go after them. I found it. I found it. Here it is. The people that are like, if you're not doing any ballot fraud, why are you against the SAVE Act? Why could you possibly be against it? It's giving this exact comic. Is that a flock camera in my house? Why do you care? Do you have something to hide? It's literally the exact same fucking logic. So fucking stupid, man.
California and so many other places, mail-in ballots are inherently...
Dude, can I say really quickly, there is no amount of money that would ever push me to the dark side that is being shoe on head, because then you have these people as your fans. I voted for him and I think you're a babe. Shoe on head is a really hot babe though. Come on, baby. I can't believe my soulmate is a lib. Crazy hot babe. Like, this is your audience. I'll take annoying leftists any day over this shit, man. Christ. And you know what? This guy is obsessed with shoe or whatever. Bro can't even commit to staying followed. Following since 5 minutes ago, but bro followed in May and unfollowed. Sorry, this is a two-way street, bucko. Pal. Okay? I can't commit to people who can't commit to staying followed to a stream. Alright? Unbelievable. Where is the loyalty? Why does he have a divorced profile picture? I don't know. Ask him that. I did want to say also, hold up, did I? Where is it? Thank you, Sarnix. Thank you for spreading the message that we need to stop referring to more Pegasus as more Pegasus, and we need to start referring to him as M. Pregasus. All right? I was put on this earth for one purpose. Okay? And that was to sexualize men in ways that women are sexualized. That was my purpose. That is my purpose on earth. So I need you guys to do your part and refer to him as M. Pregasus. All right? Thank you. All right? I appreciate it. Thank you. All right, finishing this.
Corrupt. So you would have no mail-in ballots except for illness.
I'm pregnant with dreams of Singaporean commerce and logistics. Shut up. Denims, you mentioned how the call is coming from inside the house. March 2025, Hegseth orders suspension of Pentagon's offensive cyber operations against Russia. By the way, this is like one article in a sea of articles about how we've been constantly reducing our cyber security with regard to Russia. It's so bad that people have literally stepped down from the FBI saying, are you guys serious right now? Are you guys joking? What exactly is the long-term plan? Oh, okay.
Disability, military deployment, or travel if you're going away. On
Thank you, Flanking Fred. 37 months of sleeping in jeans. My bravest soldier.
business or vacation. These reforms are urgently needed to stop the vulnerabilities that I've mentioned. To all Americans, I ask you to pick up your phone tomorrow, call your representatives in the House and Senate, and demand that they pass the Save America Act without delay. Together, we will restore faith and confidence in our country, and we will be bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. Thank you. God bless you. God bless our great military. And God bless America. Thank you very much.
God bless you and God bless America. This is the dumbest fucking press conference ever. No, it was good. You didn't like it? You didn't like the part where he said all of the good things about everything? You didn't like that? No? Well, why didn't you like it? It was good, though. You didn't like the part where he didn't address any of the things that actually mattered in this country? No? Oh, okay. You know, voter fraud is a really big problem, okay? Pennsylvania had 39 people in the last 30 years of elections. That's like one person a year. Okay? That's a lot of people right there. And so what? Maybe they were Republican. What about it? Have they released the full documents yet? I want to download them. They've released some of them, not fully redacted, but a lot of them are like some of the documents in there are just totally redacted. Let me pull up this. The other thing too is, you know, if there was, this is like, I've talked about this concept before, all right, many times. This is the Fox News litmus test, okay? This is how you know if something actually is happening or is not happening. And it's whether or not Fox News is doing a story on it with great detail. Because if there was a smoking gun about how China has interfered with the elections and caused Trump to lose, they would actually be blasting that document. And if Fox News isn't covering it, and they're just saying, well, the president is telling us these things, you know it's not true. It's the same thing with like the trans people are dominating women's sports. They're dominating it. It's like, well, if they're dominating it, why are you guys always just talking about them dominating it, but not actually showing any of the so-called domination? What? Wait, what? They would blast it off into space, otherwise they would smother it. I mean, think about how far they take things that aren't even real. Do you guys remember the fucking emails? Also, China somehow forgot to rig elections in 2024. Yeah. They were like, nah, we're done. Honestly, that was a fun little pet project. It was kind of more of a hobby for us. We just wanted to see if we could do it, so we don't really care anymore, you know? We just wanted to test ourselves, really, you know, limit test. I'm not built for the constant rage away I feel from general stupidity of idiots that love people like Trump and let him get away with everything without any pressure and excuse everything. No, you don't like that? I love that. I love that so much, dude. You don't like that part? Really? 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 Let me pull this up. Hold up. Someone linked this yesterday and it looked really good.
There are a whole variety of different things that I wish I could share about the threats that were made against us.
In 2025,
We talked to a Trump whistleblower. What he saw will shock you. Will it?
took a job in President Trump's Department of Justice because
But will it shock me?
He believed he could help people.
I thought we were going to be focused on the average American.
Roger's job was to investigate powerful corporate monopolies.
Live Nation, the owner of Ticketmaster, runs a harmful monopoly and overcharges fans.
Texas patients have been forced to pay millions more for the services since they say a monopoly started forming.
They stole money from the public and they took food off people's tables.
He noticed a disturbing trend. In order to get their mergers approved, a lot of these companies were hiring million-dollar fixers to cut shady backroom deals. And when Roger and others spoke up, they were fired.
It was a genuine shock.
What Roger saw is just the tip of the iceberg. We investigated, and what we found was a pattern of corruption that goes all the way to the top. Massive corporations buying off the government agencies that are meant to protect us.
But all the way at the top is Trump, so that can't be right.
And instead leaving us vulnerable to limited choices, junk fees, and sky-high prices.
This is the reason we have those laws. Companies should not be able to treat people that way.
These were jam jobs. These were politically driven deals waved through because the right lobbyists or the right payoffs happened.
We'll show you the pattern we uncovered and introduce you to the unprecedented bipartisan team that's stepping up to protect working Americans from corporate greed.
We're going to do right by our consumers. We've got a job to do.
For the last 40 years, across administrations from both parties, politicians have mostly been content to let corporations keep getting bigger and more powerful. But in recent years, something has started to shift.
The federal government is suing to block the largest supermarket merger in U.S. history.
Arguing that it would reduce the number of supermarkets, which would mean higher prices.
Today, the Justice Department and 8 states sued software company RealPage, alleging it illegally helped landlords unfairly fix prices and raise rents throughout the country.
At the end of the first Trump administration, there were very large and significant monopoly cases that were brought against Facebook and against Google.
When Lina Khan took over the Federal Trade Commission under President Biden, she and her colleagues in the Department of Justice continued those suits and filed dozens more.
Department of Justice has launched an antitrust probe into United Health.
The move is part of the Biden's administration push to lower drug prices.
Breaking news this hour, the Federal Trade Commission and 17 states are accusing Amazon of anti-competitive behavior.
Overcharging people by upwards of $1 billion, making the product worse.
I would be a huge supporter of Lina Khan remaining, and I would love to see Lina Khan given more power.
And I guess I look at
Yes, dude, holy shit, even a broken clock.
Khan as one of the few people in the Biden administration that I actually think is doing a pretty good job.
We're seeing this like really interesting awakening on the left, but also importantly on the right around technology platforms, but also like concentration throughout the economy in general.
That's Gail Slater, President Trump's pick to lead the antitrust division of the Department of Justice. She was confirmed with 78 votes in the Senate, in part because she represented this shifting consensus. This idea that the government really needed to do more to protect us from concentrated corporate power. She was also Roger Alford's boss.
I thought we were going to be carrying forward the legacy cases that the Biden administration had brought and then also bringing new cases.
But there was another powerful group with a very different agenda for President Trump's second term.
I think that companies are saying, you know what, we got a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get to, let's call our banker, let's call Morgan Stanley.
Did you guys see the inverse Mad Money portfolio? It was like outperforming Nancy Pelosi's portfolio. The inverse Kramer fund. I don't know if anyone knows what I'm talking about. I'm just trying to find it. We like the stock. We like the stock.
And let's buy our biggest competitor and let's, get it so that we can raise price because it's about time. Oh, no, let's get scale.
For a minute there, you sounded like Lena Khan.
Yeah, I probably overspoke there.
This growing bipartisan antitrust movement, it was a huge threat to Wall Street.
Here it is. The inverse Kramer continues to put up strong numbers, outperforming even Pelosi on autopilot. That's amazing, dude. That's amazing.
Street. And so companies started looking for ways to get around it. Exhibit A, the very first merger that came.
I think Jim Cramer is the greatest soothsayer because it's one thing to be wrong. It's another thing to be consistently wrong. I mean, he knows something. I mean, it's the Hutch effect. Like, anytime you see Hutch say anything, you can always know for certain that the opposite is correct. It's a perfect art, science. Not art, it is a science. And it's pretty much guaranteed to work 100% of the time. It's almost impressive.
Good morning.
I've never heard of the anti-Kramer method, but it reminds me of the crypto villain guy from Vonnegut's Cat's Cradle. Thank you, Emil. Thank you for the 9 months.
Happy Tuesday. Hewlett Packard Enterprise looking to buy Juniper Networks.
This was the first really big merger that would send a signal about whether or not we were serious about antitrust enforcement or not. It was a so-called 3-to-2 merger, 3 competitors becoming 2 competitors. And that is usually just a huge red flag.
Just a few weeks after Trump's inauguration, Rogers' team at the Department of Justice announced that they would be suing to block this merger. They said that it would reduce competition and raise wireless prices for hospitals, universities, and other customers.
And we were all set to go, ready to go to trial.
That's when Rogers' boss, Assistant Attorney General Gail Slater, got a phone call from one of the fixers that Hewlett Packard had hired to push their deal through.
And he basically said, I'm going to destroy you. I'm going to do everything I can to make your life miserable.
And he could. The fixer was a man named Mike Davis. Davis caught Trump's eye back in 2022 when he was all over cable news defending Trump from federal charges.
This guy is tough as hell. We want him in a very high capacity. Mike Davis. Mike. Thank you, Mike. Where's Mike? Mike is great.
Mike Davis actually recommended Gail Slater to President Trump for the top antitrust job. Davis has denied the threatening phone call, but it is true that a couple of weeks after the election, he started getting big checks from corporations like Hewlett Packard Enterprise, who wanted him to use his connections to push their mergers through.
His salary is $300,000 a month. He has a contingency fee of over $1 million for any successful mergers.
They hire this lobbyist, and the lobbyist starts talking to higher-ups, saying, you like us, we're on your team, just tell them to drop the case.
And they did. DOJ sources told the Wall Street Journal that a couple of weeks after the threatening phone call, Gail Slater's boss, quote, placed a document on her desk. It was a settlement deal, written by Hewlett Packard Enterprise's own lawyers.
It was a genuine shock.
When Gail Slater asked her boss what would happen if she refused to sign it, he told her, quote, she was too difficult to fire, but he would fire her deputies. She signed, and then he fired them anyway.
And we all basically strongly suggested that that was inappropriate, and as a result of that, I was terminated.
With shares of Hewlett
that's good. Isn't that good, guys?
Enterprise, they're up more than 12% after the DOJ gave the green light for the proposed $14 billion acquisition of Juniper Networks.
This is oligarchy in action. Company gets sued. They hire $1 million fixer with the president's ear to leverage his loyalty and make sure that the suit goes away. They get a sweetheart deal, and then when someone like Roger Alford gets in the way, they make sure he gets fired.
This type of, let's call it, pay-for-play politics hadn't happened since Watergate. They're dropping cases because they decided someone's a friend. That's not the rule of law. That's the opposite of the rule of law.
A few months later, one of America's most hated companies decided to try the same play for themselves.
Outrage over Ticketmaster and Live Nation gouging consumers on big concerts.
After decades of buying up its competitors, Ticketmaster Live Nation had consolidated control over ticketing, promotion, and venues.
Nothing's gotten better through this Ticketmaster Live Nation merger. Tickets have only gotten higher and more expensive.
In 2024, the department.
But I was told by a bunch of fucking morons that capitalism breeds innovation. The innovation in question? When your printer tells you it's out of ink and it's not. You just bought that ink 2 days ago? No, it's out of ink. Ink low. Ink low. Low ink warning. We will not even try to print anything for you anymore. No. No, sorry. The ink is so low. I'm not gonna print anything for you. Fuck you. I'm sorry. You thought you could print with this printer? What are you, fucking stupid? No. No, I don't think so. The ink is low and it bothers me. Oh my God. Yeah, sorry, you wanted to print something? You must have forgot. You have to subscribe to get printing access. Yeah. Yeah. Don't forget some of the printers shut down because they can't call back home to HP. Stop screening for diarrhea parasite to save $5 is the innovation. And isn't it great? Isn't it so good? You bought this bit of tech and expect to use it? What are you, fucking stupid? Or are you actually like a fucking idiot? Yeah, no. Sorry, to print with the remaining ink, you need a FICO score of 725 plus. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, tough. I like the other innovation question is, what if we were the only people that provided tickets? What if we were the only people that provided tickets so you had to pay $1,000 for the shittiest seat in the room? What if we did that? Wouldn't that be very innovative?
The Department of Justice under President Biden sued Ticketmaster Live Nation in hopes of breaking it up. A bunch of state attorneys general signed on to the suit as well, including Phil Weiser of Colorado and Jonathan Skrmetti of Tennessee.
There was tremendous evidence of very aggressive, almost mafia-like tactics. We had some witnesses. They would get a phone call and it was basically like, hey, nice arena you have there. Be a shame if anything happened to it. You know, we have the internal conversations laughing about how dumb their customers are and how great it is that they can rip them off.
The message, dude, it's kind of giving Campbell's Soup saying, I don't eat that shit. I don't know what the fuck is in that 3D printed meat or whatever.
Just between two ticketing directors saying, these people are so stupid. Another message saying, robbing them blind, baby.
When President Trump took office in 2025, his Department of Justice decided to continue the Ticketmaster suit. Ticketmaster thought they would try the same play as Hewlett-Packard Enterprise. They hired Kellyanne Conway, Trump's former campaign manager, as a fixer. They donated to Trump's inaugural fund, and they hired Mike Davis, the same fixer who got Hewlett-Packard Enterprise their sweetheart deal.
Oh,
Davis
good.
went after Roger Alford's boss, Gail Slater.
Once it became clear that Gail Slater was going to resolve these cases on the merits and wasn't
Also, the person who said, how do you decide to go by Gail instead of Abby? You're so right.
going to listen to Mike Davis based on arguments other than the merits, he turned on her. He directly lobbied the President of the United States to get someone who was committed to enforcing antitrust laws on the merits to be removed.
The head of the Justice Department's antitrust division is out. Gail Slater was fired today from the role after months of tension with the Trump administration.
The moment Gail Slater's firing hit the news, Live Nation's stock price skyrocketed. Shareholders were anticipating big payouts on the backs of consumers.
Robbing them blind, baby.
And then 2 weeks after she was fired,
the Justice Department has reached a settlement with...
Like, what am I supposed to do except laugh at the absurdity, man? Like, what am I supposed to fucking do?
Live Nation in its antitrust case.
Not everyone is on board.
The proposed settlement doesn't even rise to the level of a slap on the wrist.
Live Nation wouldn't have to sell off Ticketmaster, just a handful of venues. So it looked like the same play had worked again. Get sued, hire a fixer, get a sweetheart deal. But there was one wrinkle for Ticketmaster.
From my perspective, this was not a sufficient settlement to take care of Tennessee consumers.
A bunch of those state AGs decided to continue with the suit, even after the Department of Justice settled.
People care about this.
And we said, we're really concerned about this. We're like, not okay with us, and we're taking this case without the federal government. It's now a coalition of states.
And then something unexpected happened. The states actually won.
A federal jury in New York found Ticketmaster and Live Nation violated antitrust laws.
But every company that thinks that it can skate on antitrust just because an administration may not prioritize that really has to account for the states now.
Meanwhile, the higher-ups at DOJ are still letting corporations run the same play as HPE and Ticketmaster. They let two major owners of local TV stations, Nexstar and Tegna, merge without even an investigation.
The president put up a social media post and said, let the deal through. Now, we don't know exactly what happened behind those scenes, but I want to underscore how unusual that is.
There was no DOJ investigation when the country's largest real estate brokerage, Compass, wanted to buy its rival anywhere. Now they're free to saddle middle-class home buyers with even more junk fees in a housing market we can already barely afford. Compass even hired Mike Davis, the same fixer that got HPE and Live Nation their deals. But nothing has made the corruption more clear.
Don't Fed post, guys. Don't do it.
Than the Department of Justice's recent
I know the
approval
temptation
of
is
the
strong.
merger between Paramount and Warner Brothers. The deal puts one of Trump's top political donors at the head of a media empire that will include CNN, CBS, and HBO. And according to the Wall Street Journal, the staff attorneys in the antitrust division were leaning towards suing to prevent this merger. But again, they were overruled by the top brass at the Department of Justice. State AGs are teaming up to challenge the HPE, Nexstar, and Compass mergers in court, and they're considering whether to do the same for Paramount. But there's a lot more that our political leaders at the national level could be doing to protect us from these monopolies.
It is possible that you can try to undo some of the mergers.
Senators Cory Booker and Amy Klobuchar have both introduced legislation that would unwind any mergers suspected of being pushed through using backroom deals.
You know, I wonder why someone like Mamdani, in contrast to like the Trumpian politics or even the establishment politics, I wonder why someone like Mamdani resonates with voters. It's definitely not like, definitely has nothing to do with something like this, for example. Like, let me pull it up for you guys. Let me show you guys.
And then I had a second question. If the city council passes this pay raise bill, I know you've said you won't accept.
I will not accept a pay raise.
Can you just elaborate on why?
I haven't knocked on anyone's door in New York City, and they've said their concern is that the mayor makes too little. So,
Thank you, everyone.
That's not my concern either.
Thank you.
Lawmakers literally approved a $300,000 pay boost, and he said, I'm not going to accept that. Huh. I wonder why people like Mamdani more than the other candidates that are actively letting Ticketmaster make you pay thousands of dollars for shitty venues and shitty tickets and shitty seats. I wonder why they like Mamdani more than the administration that allows HP to just like make you refill your fucking ink cartridges every other day, or else they fucking show up and drone strike you. I wonder why. Huh. It's just like such a mystery. It must be Sharia law, right, guys? Right? If you listen closely, I think you can actually hear his balls dragging on the floor as he walks around. Yeah, I'm also hearing that. No, I'm hearing that as well.
Like it won't be mine. If it was mine, then that would mean I would be accepted. Yeah.
Where would you want to see that money go? It's not going to your pocket.
I think to go to the pockets of those who are struggling in this city. Yeah. Okay. Thank you all so much.
then
you.
I had a second question.
Wow, can you guys believe that? Can you guys believe that? It's got to be that he's giving everyone Muslim, right? It's got to be that he's spreading Islam and Muslimism. Extremist Muslim. Extremist Islam. Radical extremist anti-Semitism, right? That's what it must be. And it can't possibly be that this is like the first candidate that Americans have seen that actually seems to give a fuck, even half of a fuck, about the people that are voting for him. Sorry, can you replay it? I missed the beginning. Yeah,
Question,
absolutely.
if the city council passes this pay raise bill, I know you've said you won't accept.
I will not accept a pay raise.
Can you just elaborate on why?
Mamdani rejects pay hike to $305,000 approved by, sorry, $305,800 approved by lawmakers.
I haven't knocked on anyone's door in New York City, and they've said their concern is that the mayor makes too little. So,
Thank you, everyone.
That's not my concern either.
Thank you.
Like it won't be mine. If it was mine, then that would mean I would be accepted. Yeah.
It's not going to your pocket.
I think to go to the pockets.
Just so you know, they've already clipped him saying just saying that they are concerned he makes too little. A shocking turn of events.
Of those who are struggling in this city. Okay. Thank you all so much.
And it's like, realistically, most New Yorkers don't care if the mayor makes more money than them. If anything, they're probably happy that the pay raise would go to someone who actually fucking deserves it. It's about the idea of like, well, I don't want people to think that I'm just trying to take any opportunity to make more money. I actually do want to keep my promises. I do actually want to help you guys. I don't want you guys to think that I'm doing anything other than that. But here's something liberals still have no answer for. Liberals still have yet to come up with one answer on this one. Yeah. Isn't that interesting? I'm waiting. I'm still fucking waiting. Guys, remember, whatever you do, never engage in this kind of behavior, okay? There have been some presumably Antifa members. Now, I'm saying this because the CEO of Flock said that the people taking down Flock cameras must be anti-fascist. Don't look at me and ask me why the CEO of Flock would assume anyone against Flock is anti-fascist. That's not important. And ignore the implication that Flock is thereby fascist. Ignore that for just a brief moment. Continuing. Remember, whatever you do, do not engage in this behavior.
The storming over in is severe.
This man is destroying every Flock camera he sees.
They're falling over. He did try and help that one though. Oh my God, another one. He's trying to hold it. Oops. And another one. He's oh my God. The storming over in is severe. They're falling over.
Oh my, isn't that horrible? Isn't that fucking awful? Oh my God. Remember, guys, you have to condom hummus, all right? I'm so serious, guys. You need to understand. We need to condom hummus, okay?
Off Johnson Road in the city of Golden sits a tall black pole and a camera. used to read the license plates of drivers passing by. It's a surveillance tool that's faced plenty of controversy, but the latest doesn't involve the cameras themselves. Instead, it's how they're being installed across the country.
Nobody's inspecting these.
Steve Eimers has been fighting for better roadside safety after his daughter Hannah was killed in a crash 10 years ago.
My daughter was killed in the background down here when she hit a guardrail that speared the passenger compartment, which set me on this journey of crashworthiness concerns.
And he says this camera and others
Sorry, my audio's
lack
cutting out.
any sort of breakaway mechanism commonly found on roadside poles.
When it hits from this direction, well, either direction, these bolts are going to break away and the sign will actually just tip right over top of the vehicle. Actually, here's an
Well, Elon Musk told me that cars aren't supposed to have crumple physics on them. And it's good that all of the impact is on your body instead of the object. Because as we all know, property greater than human life. As you guys all know. Yeah. Just think of the poor corporation that's just trying to build a panopticon. Like, I just don't if you have nothing to hide, let them build one in your house, in your bathroom, in your kitchen. Like, what is the problem? I just don't, I feel like everyone is just over exaggerating the problem with having flock cameras that are constantly surveilling you in every aspect of your life. Actively accusing you of crimes that you didn't do, which has already happened at least once. You know, it's just so interesting. It's just so interesting. I also want to show you guys this. Hold up. Wait. The human spine actually is meant to bend. See, I didn't think about it that way. See, now that you say it, it makes sense. Bardo, thank you for the 4 months. Thank you. Hey guys, this is why you should keep, this is why you need to make sure if you ever see someone destroying a flock camera, of course, you definitely need to report them immediately, okay? And you definitely want to make sure if you ever see any destroyed flock cameras, do your best to repair them, all right? Because this is a good thing. This here, Patriot shows how flock cameras track him in his phone as he walks by. This is good. This is good.
So we are getting this flock camera. It's emitting this Connect 36295 Bluetooth signal. It will randomly emit that. You can see it right there. We observed it 32 seconds ago. I can start this back up and you'll see we'll observe it consistently. This specific unit is obviously set off by human motion. Whether that's taking a picture of me is questionable, but the IR element definitely is set off from human motion. As you can see, no cars are coming. There's that connect signal. It's a Bluetooth signal. You can see at the top there, it's coming from the back of this battery pack. I believe it's coming from that white battery module emitting a Bluetooth signal. This looks to be a standard Falcon ALPR unit, so it's not going to be the AI video powered condo unit. The easiest way to tell is the camera. The IR unit is more towards the top of the camera as opposed to the Condor where they're on the middle. You'll be able to see this triggered by the cars. It's taking 6 to 8 images of each vehicle as it goes by, make, model, color, decals, damage, and then it's uploading that basically via LTE to Flock OS where it becomes searchable, indexable, and they can refer to it later. So very extensive system. Again, we're picking up that Connect 36295 signal coming from the what I believe is the BLE battery pack, or the battery pack on the back of here giving off a BLE signal.
Isn't that interesting, guys? Yeah. See, I was told that it was just about like safety and about like cars and everything, and only about reading license plates. But no, it's fine, guys. Flock cameras only read license plates. It's just normal traffic control. Stop being so paranoid. Anyway, here's one on a bike path, and this guy talking about how the flock camera is still tracking you even if you're not in a fucking car because it's more than that.
All right, these flock cameras, they're not tracking just cars. So I found some tag ridges at the old police department I worked at that are apparently tracking pedestrians as you walk. Let's go check this out. It's crazy. So in this park right here, there's a flock camera up there pumping out IR. And then there's another one over here within like, I don't know, 150 feet of each other. There's one there and one there. They're not tracking just cars. I'm gonna show you. See how it's starting to flash right there when I'm walking towards it? They're taking pictures of faces because there's not a car in sight. And if I'm not moving, watch what it does. Watch what it does when I'm not moving. So watch what happens when I start, oh, there it goes. I started moving. It's tracking. So there's no car in sight. There's nothing in sight. And the reason why I'm saying that is if you look, so let's see if it goes off when this car goes by. See, nothing. But if you look there, underneath that, now it's firing off. There's a radar, and it's pointing in the same direction that the camera's going. That radar was to be utilized for traffic coming this way. It would obviously be pointing this way. So you can see it there if I zoom in a little bit. It's tracking it's tracking people as you walk. Watch what happens. See, I'm moving, and it's tracking me. And I'm not paranoid. I used to work at this police department that
Yeah, but you know, remember, guys. Whatever you do, don't steal flock cameras. Don't destroy them. This is what they look like, so you know to protect them.
They read license plates and are used largely to identify stolen vehicles and help with criminal investigations.
They're very obvious. We're not trying to hide them. They're just there in order to help with our investigative leads.
Auburn normally has 12 in the city. Now they're down 2.
Based on our research so far, it looks like it was on April 26th.
That's when Sergeant Joe Almeida says the 2 cameras on Nevada Street and Marguerite Mine Road near Highway 49 were stolen. Officers found the poles that the cameras were mounted on empty and the cords cut. Both cameras were later found in a nearby canal.
So they're completely destroyed. They were completely submerged
Oh,
in the
that's
water.
that makes me so sad. Those cameras were destroyed and you guys are laughing.
So we're unable to recover those
Guys,
cameras.
don't laugh
but
at
we're
that.
partnering with Flock to get them replaced.
The Placer County Sheriff's Office says one of its cameras was also stolen the same morning in the same area. That one hasn't been recovered. Why do you think someone would want to take those down?
Based on what we've seen, if you pay attention to nationwide, there's a big uproar in regards to cameras, government overwatch. So when you look at it from that standpoint, they're thinking Big Brother's paying attention to them 24/7, 7 days a week. But in theory, what we're looking for is intel gathering for wanted subjects, missing persons, things like that. We're not out there looking for anybody every single day.
As for who took these cameras, Almeida says they have footage of the suspect, but they're still working to find them.
I really hope that they find them. Thank goodness none of us have seen that person or that culprit, right, guys? Oh my goodness. Yeah, I mean, you know, I would be so concerned if someone knew and they didn't say anything. And I know that you guys, you know, you would immediately say something. But, you know, if you guys hadn't said anything, it was because you didn't see anything. Yeah. It's like all the smog outside is just, it's really hard to see. And we're all looking for the guy that did this. Like, we all care so much about protecting the private property that was designed specifically to surveillance us. I'm just glad that we're all on the same page on this. Thank fucking goodness, man. Like, look at these hooligans. Isn't this like, I know this might be traumatic to show some people in here. This is very gruesome footage of a flock camera that's been decapitated. So, you know, I understand it's not for the faint of heart. So I understand if this is maybe too gruesome for those who have a lot of love for flock cameras.
Back on the news tonight, more of them have been cut down in Houston. Earlier this week, we told you about two of the license plate reader cameras.
You should show us all of them and how they did it.
Vandalized near Washington Avenue. Now 2 more have been found on the ground near Memorial Park. And the damage comes amidst all the controversy over this public surveillance technology. Sarah Al-Sheikh reports.
The camera that once stood here is gone. All that's left is this pole across the street. Another one taken down as well. A criminal justice expert tells me this could be a sign of the growing public unease with this type of video surveillance. In 2 different parts of Houston, the same scene. Surveillance cameras lying on the ground. 2 near Memorial Park, 2 more near Washington Avenue and Westcott. All part of Flock Safety's automated license plate reader network used by Houston police and other law enforcement agencies. Houston police confirming an investigation into this. While the motive is unknown, the technology itself has drawn criticism in the past from people concerned about the data they're collecting.
What level of frustration have we encountered?
Texas Southern University professor Howard Henderson, founding director of the Center for Justice Research, says the backlash reflects broader concerns over privacy and who ultimately has access to the information these cameras collect.
For many in society, they're looking at what the negative
thank you, Fizzy.
unintended consequences may be if this information gets leaked or someone uses it and finds itself in the wrong hands.
A crowdsourced map from dflock.org shows thousands of flock cameras across the greater Houston area. Because anyone can submit locations, ABC 13 cannot independently verify the data shown, but we know that multiple law enforcement agencies use the cameras. Houston expanded its use of the technology through a multi-million-dollar agreement with Flock in 2022. In that contract, HPD describes the camera as an investigative tool, writing that, quote, all data from vehicles observed will be provided to HPD for further assessment in detecting vehicles wanted in suspicious or post-event investigations for law enforcement purposes. Just months.
And if you can believe it, some of these people are, remember, if you're ever near a flock camera, you should have your phone so that the flock camera can collect as much data as possible so it can communicate with your phone. Okay? And unfortunately, some of these people that are destroying the flock cameras know this, so they're not bringing their phones with them when they destroy the camera. So we're like really stuck, you know, like, does anyone know these 2 people? Does anyone know 2 white guys that own sweaters? Does anyone know that? Does anyone know 2 guys who have some gray sweaters? Yeah, again, like I said, because the flock cameras are communicating with people's phones, when these hooligans are destroying the cameras, but they don't have their phones with them, we have no way of catching them. Isn't that awful? So make sure you always have your phone. All right? I'm just not familiar with the term sweater. That's okay. That's okay. I understand. Yeah. I also saw where third-party businesses are accessing them in order to track things like whether or not to tow or repo your vehicle. I just don't know what a white guy is or a sweater. Yeah, that's true. That's true. If you don't know, like, I don't blame you. I understand. You know, but we just, like, we need to do something, like, and this is happening across the country. You would think it's happening only in the liberal cities, but these criminals are everywhere. This criminal scum is everywhere. In Ohio.
Since July 8th, flock safety cameras in the city of Ashland and Ashland County have been the targets of vandals.
No.
In some cases, the flock camera poles were hit by a car or truck. And in others, the equipment was struck by what authorities believe is a baseball bat or club.
No.
The victims of the vandalism are the taxpayers who pay for the cameras.
Oh, my
the public's
God.
cameras. You know, we've had some tax dollars that have been put to use for these things. I think overwhelmingly the general public would like to have a safe community, and these cameras are a piece of that.
Yeah. The Ashland County Sheriff says the vandalism is part of a trend across the country, and he believes it is based on misinformation.
People have this perception that these cameras are out there tracking them all over the place and all of this other nonsense, and that's simply not true. They take pictures of license plates, and then we read the license plates based on the data that we input. If we're looking,
Yeah, so what you need to know is that cops, they can never lie. And cops famously never lie, ever. There's never been a cop that has lied. Ever. So you know this guy is telling the truth when he says that they're not tracking you everywhere. Okay? Because, yeah, it's illegal. Like, lying is illegal. Everyone knows that. So that's super important. That's an important detail here.
looking for a specific plate, we look for the plate. Or if there's a wanted person attached to it, or if there's a missing person attached to it, or somebody that's in harm's way, you know, we look for that data.
So what you're telling me is you guys have unfettered access to the cops have unfettered access to flock cameras. This makes me, as an average U.S. citizen, like flock cameras more, knowing that they are directly tied with the police departments. Thank you for letting us all know that. Thank you.
Investigators say, ironically, they are using the flock safety cameras in their effort to identify those who have been damaging the cameras.
So they leave from damaging our camera and drive by another one that maybe they didn't know about, or go to another county or whatever. So, you know, yes, I mean, it's very possible that flock cameras could help us catch the individuals responsible for
Thank you, Mickey. Welcome.
for damaging our own cameras.
Once the vandals are brought to justice.
Definitely do not leave your phone at home. Definitely do not harm any flock cameras. Super do not put a flock camera in a Faraday bag for at least 48 hours until the internal battery and GPS system die. Definitely do not do that. Definitely do not wear face coverings while not harming a flock camera. I've also seen some reporting about how certain like green lights ruin the flock camera's sensors. Definitely make sure you are not ever trying to harm the sensors accidentally. Definitely, okay?
Authorities intend to seek restitution.
And definitely don't ever engage in any behavior like this, okay? Everybody knows flock camera is greater than American flag. American flag, boo. Flock camera, yay! Yay! Okay, and we all agree on that, right? I only salute the flock camera. I never salute the American flag because I'm too busy saluting the flock camera.
To repair or replace the cameras that have a value of up to $3,500 per unit.
Now that
That's
they've been
crazy.
damaged and down, what are we missing? How many people are coming through that may have been missing or that have been wanted? Victims need their justice. And now that those cameras are not there to help us, you know, how many people have slipped through the cracks?
I know. Isn't this atrocious stuff here? Look at this. American citizens across the country are physically cutting down flock cameras as authorities. Sorry, this might be gore of your comfort character, chat. So, you know, like, you have to close your eyes if this segment is too hard. I understand. As authorities are losing control as more people are viewing the technology as unconstitutional form of mass surveillance, the incidents are being described as part of a growing trend where cordless battery-powered tools are being used to quickly cut down flock camera poles because they are highly portable, fast, and quiet. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh. Well, at least thankfully they didn't fill that hole with cement, making it basically impossible for them to fix that. Because can you imagine if they had poured cement in there as well afterward? Oh my goodness, that would be terrible. So, you know, maybe thankfully, hopefully, you know, Flock can still recover some of this stuff. Oh my God. Oh, thanks. Just some donkeys. Thank you. Yeah, I was really nervous about the purple, and I'm actually, every day that goes by, I like it more and more. Which is pretty dope. Life is okay. Can you believe this, guys? Wow. I just... Yeah, trigger warning gore. It's just sad. It's just a sad state of affairs, you know? Man. Look, even in people's backyards, man. Oh, another flock down. How will society ever continue without the government knowing who goes in and out of that parking lot? I feel so unsafe right now. Oh, this guy must have misspoke. He said poles are relatively cheap to replace. You need to destroy the camera as well. That's what's expensive. I think what he meant to say was you need to make sure that the cameras are never destroyed. Yeah. Sources tell me that the flock camera is stable. Please, God. Please, God. This is funny because flock cameras only lay down when they're in extreme distress. They're also embedded in the concrete so they can kill you if you're hit in a crash. Yeah, we were watching that video talking about how like normal poles, like stop signs and stuff, have like a divot on the bottom so that if you ever do crash into one of them, all of the force is applied to the pole, because you can, like, a piece of metal we can replace. Like a person is not so easy to replace. A piece of metal is a piece of metal. It's fine. But these flock cameras are fucking shit and people die fucking crashing into them. Oh, me and a few of my patriotic friends have been camping out next to our local flock camera to protect them from radical Antifa terrorists. Thank you for doing your part, man. Thank you. Thank you so much for doing your part, because you're so brave. If everyone was like you, man, we wouldn't be in this situation. So let me get this straight. You pay taxes, the government takes those taxes, gives a lot of it to Israel, then some to cops, and then the cops buy these flock cameras so citizens can go outside and cut them down. So the only one that profits is the flock company. Well, also the police union. So if you think about it, it's a win-win-win-lose situation. Yeah, the people lose, but what about everybody else? Dude, there's so, you know what's so funny? There's so many posts. Crazy windstorm last night. A real shame to see another camera down. The crazy windstorm that leaves a straight cut through the wall. This is stupid. Get your copy of Flock Hunt now. Okay, no. All right, that's enough of that. Oh, we still didn't finish watching this video. Average denim stream. Sorry, we gotta finish watching this.
If you entered into corrupt agreements with Donald Trump or agreements against the law and public interest, we're going to unwind your merger.
Vigorous antitrust enforcement is a bipartisan issue. This is not a left-right issue.
I don't want to live in an economy where, based on a company's political power or favoritism or ability to do pay-for-play politics, means they get a free pass and can take advantage of and gouge consumers.
The president ran on trying to help the average American, rural, non-college educated individuals to try to improve their lives.
Starting the day I take the oath of office, I will rapidly drive prices down and we will make America affordable again. We're going to make it affordable again.
To squander the opportunity, the lost opportunity, to try to help the average American when that's what the president ran on. Why would you do that?
Thanks so much for watching.
Shout out to More Perfect Union, man. Every video is a fucking hit. It's crazy that they never miss, man. Also, baby Jimothy. I did see this. Jimothy with his family as a baby.
Oh my god.
The baby don't have a tail.
What happened to its tail?
Oh my god. He's so whittle. He's so whittle. I saw this one as well. Jimothy is a baby in my friend's backyard.
You have the strangest body, buddy. Holy cow.
Oh my god. Oh my god. My favorite TikToker influencer, Victoria, joined More Perfect Union. It's awesome. Yes! I'm happy for you. Did she win both cases against Ethan already? No, he dismissed without prejudice the other case, and the nuke is still under appeals. Or he hasn't filed the appeal yet, but he said he will be appealing it. And I guess we'll see. I saw a tweet saying that in the age before cameras, he would be a legendary critic. Or I think you meant cryptid, terrifying a whole community. Now we call him Jimothy. Yeah. But I love Jimothy. I love him. He's just a little freak. He's just a little freaky little guy. All right. I saw something funny. Let me. Sorry. There are some things that are a little too obscene. All right. Hold up. I wanted to show you guys this. One moment. Hold. I love raccoons. We had a whole raccoon segment, all right? Can I say that this is like the average Trumper? Is it legal to say that? All right, wait. I was going to pull up this. Do we have a link for this one? Yeah, absolutely. Please enjoy. You guys ever look up one video on YouTube and then your entire YouTube algo is that? I'm looking up like a PPL routine and now YouTube is like, so you really like fitness, huh? You looked up one fitness video And for the first time ever in like 3 years. You must really love fitness. Let me send you nothing but fitness videos. It's like, yeah, is that right? Is that right? Can I, what if I didn't want that? Potentially. Here's 50 videos on how to do squats. It's like, not gonna lie, this would clap me. Don't say that. Stop. I was trying to pull up this. Hold on. Yes. Hi, Dennis. Hi. It's me, Dennis. No. I pre-watched a hit piece on you. Now my timeline is full of chud VTubers. Classic mistake. Honestly, that's a classic mistake. God, dude. I wanted to take a little peek into this video.
Where can you find the highest density of billionaires in America? This tiny island right behind me is rapidly laying stake to that claim.
All right, guys. So right over here, we are coming up on Indian Creek, aka Billionaire's Bunker. This is where they're building Mark Zuckerberg's house.
This is Indian Creek. 41 homes, fewer than 100 residents, its own police force, its own mayor, its own government, a high security radar system, and some of the richest people in America.
The next house we're going to run up on is going to be Jeff Bezos. He actually typically flies in on a helicopter, lands on a barge. The boat pulls up to that barge. He gets out of the helicopter onto that boat. That's how he makes it home.
But a few miles away from this island, we found a very different Florida.
I'm so against the wall with inflation, with higher rents, with higher insurance. Is pushing me now against the corner. It's inevitable with time. I'm going to lose my businesses.
As California and New York are weighing...
Did that guy consider that if he has to move out, that's life, bitch? But we can't possibly tax the millionaires and billionaires, even $1. Are you crazy?
Raising taxes on the ultra wealthy. Billionaires like Mark Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos, Palantir's Alex Karp, Sergey Brin.
Is that a Jamaican accent? Why do you got an island accent? Listen, man, some white boys are Chet Hanks.
And hedge fund manager Ken Griffin have all flocked to Florida.
The only decision that we've made with no regrets in the last few days is to expand the size of our office footprint in our new Miami headquarters.
Reaction to New York?
In reaction to New York.
Citadel, the financial firm that Griffin founded and runs, employs hundreds of people in Miami. And other major companies have followed. Palantir, McKinsey, Wells Fargo.
This wealth tax is having a huge impact on people fleeing to Florida.
We need to double down on our bet in Miami. We want to be in a state that embraces business.
We wanted to ask a question that seems to be left out of the conversation entirely. What happens when large numbers of wealthy people actually do move to a low-tax state? And if this model works so well, why isn't everyone benefiting?
I cannot afford Florida anymore.
We wanted to a state where people wanted to move. We wanted to a state where it was inexpensive to live.
Welcome to Florida. If you want to come, have fun with these high-ass prices. Motherfuckers charge $1 million to live in the hood. What's going on?
What is going on? I spoke to small business owners, workers, luxury real estate agents, lawmakers, and journalists to answer that question.
The people that are benefiting the most, the millionaires and billionaires, obviously.
No way. Dude, what is this Antifa member? This guy is Antifa. No one else would say that. Communist. Whatever. I bet you're low T, man, unlike Pete Hegseth. All right?
Why do you think, though, those millionaires and billionaires are coming down?
You know, you get cut on taxes. I mean, who wouldn't want that?
So let's dig into it. For decades, Florida sold a dream. Sunshine, low taxes, lots of opportunity. A place where ordinary people could buy a home, raise a family, or retire.
Now the sunshine and sea breeze, soft sand and palm trees.
We love it. What you get here is so far above, at the same price level that you would get up north. I think it's great.
It's the dream that brought my family here from Puerto Rico when I was a kid. And that's us in the playground. For most of my life, it felt attainable. But then COVID hit, and everything changed.
As we learn how widespread the virus is, Governor Ron DeSantis is working on reopening Florida.
While much of the country was shut down, Florida marketed itself as open for business.
State of Florida, we probably are the most open big state in the country.
And people came.
You know what? Ron DeSantis, in the age of Ozempic, I'm proud of you for doubling down on your meatball look. Good for you, buddy.
We probably are the most open big state in the
He's
country.
like slowly transforming into Nicholas Edorio.
And people came. Lots of them. Before long, you had wealthy transplants competing for homes in a state where wages and housing supply haven't kept up.
What kinds of buyers are coming here? A lot of New Yorkers, a lot of Northeast, a lot of California.
Mindy Sapinik is a real estate agent in Palm Beach County, and she's had a front row seat to all of it.
Now, with all these new buildings, they're starting at like 1.9 million, but they're luxurious. For a condo. Yeah, for just a condo, a two-bedroom condo. Two-bedroom condo for $1.9 million. Yes. You've got the
It's like New York prices, except no public transportation, and also you live in fucking Florida now.
powder room here, which is stunning, with a full bath over here. It's very spacious. And then you have a gigantic terrace.
Seems like luxury is going up everywhere. The share of million-dollar homes in South Florida has jumped dramatically since the pandemic. But the pressures are not just at the top. Florida is now the least affordable state for renters, and it has some of the nation's highest property insurance rates and fees.
A lot of people are getting
So by the way, these are not even luxurious. My mom lived in Tampa. It was fucking shit. Expensive as fuck. It just looks luxurious.
forced out. Yes.
But driving around Palm Beach is another world. This is where Ken Griffin is building a $1 billion estate near Trump's Mar-a-Lago. Just south of that, Mindy takes me to a seaside town lined with mega mansions, home to people like Larry Ellison and Sean Hannity.
I'm going to show you guys a house that's on the market for $72,500,000. What a deal. Yes.
Guys, it's only $72 million. Do you think if we all pool together our resources, we can buy it?
You can have it today for...
I've got like... I've got a hair tie. And a Baby Bell wrapper. A half empty Red Bull can. I also have, I think, 3 Pokemon cards that were gifted to me, which I think are like worth about $1 a piece.
Hassan's hot. Oh, I'm gonna fuck him.
Maybe someone would be willing to pay a good price for Wormy. Maybe if the price is right.
Just 72.
When we got there, they told us we could only film outside. Luckily,
Adam Bob, thank you for the gift. Congregate, thank you for the 24 months. Shadow, thank you for the prime. Guys, thank you guys for all the support. I just want to say, I appreciate all of the subs. I really do appreciate all the support. This is an ad-free stream. This is an ad-free broadcast. There are no ads. Any other stream on twitch.tv, you are getting blasted with ads. Ads blasted. And this is one of the very few streams on Twitch that has no ads at all. So I rely entirely on your support. If you have a Prime that you're sitting on, that you're just thinking about using, you're like, oh, I want to use it. Maybe I want to use it. Now's a great time to use it. If you're enjoying the stream, if you've been watching, if you like watching, that's a great time to throw a Prime some streamers' way. It's also a totally sponsor-free stream. There are no sponsor breaks. I am not sponsored. So again, like I said, I rely entirely on your guys' support. So every sub, every Prime, every gift sub, I appreciate so much. If you want to see me continue to destroy Ethan in court, feel free to throw a sub that way or a gift sub that way. Because I will be fighting him in appeals court. And I can only do that with your guys' help. So I really, really do appreciate all the support. The legal battle is still on? Yes. He is appealing it. So we're still in the legal battle. We are still in the legal battle. I actually subscribed to Denims and all of my ailments were cured. This statement is not approved by the FDA. Yes. Found this stuck on the carpet. I'm sure if you blow off the dust and the hairs, it's fine. Oh, thank you, Duster. Thank you. Thank you for the Prime for 3 months. Dream, thank you for the Prime. Henry, thank you for the Prime. Sarah, thank you for the Prime. Cruzy, thank you for the Prime. Ambry, thank you for the tier 1. Proud, thank you so much for the 12 months. Lorazington, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Rogies, thank you so much for the Prime. Left is Besses, thank you so much for the 11 months. You're my favorite streamer. Thanks. What the hell? Shank, thank you for the Prime. Nah, thank you for the Prime. Contra, thank you for the 10 gift sub. Talise, thank you for the 5 months. Slim JD, thank you for the 12 months. Thanks, guys. Mars, thank you for the 9 months. Thank you, guys. Definitely not. Kilonin, thank you for the 3 months. Live, thank you for the 24 months. Stopping by for my phone to say fuck Ethan Klein. Thanks. I appreciate it. Lion, thank you for the 37 months. Excuse me. Dr. Felcher, thank you for the 32 months. What the heck? Thank you, guys. For all the support, guys. Can I show you guys something very funny? I was looking at some photos that I took, but I accidentally took them with way too much flash. But look at how purple my hair looks. When the flash is crazy. Purple. MySpace ass photo, true. Flashbang. Who's that? I don't know. Anyways, Hyperpop album cover. Real. A bit overexposed. Nah, it's fine. Nah. Oh, thank you for the 3 months smoking. Thank you. Reverse Pinocchio. Yeah, my nose is gone, people. It is gone. Wait, where were we? Yeah, I wonder. It's almost like maybe the socialists were onto something when they said that we should tax the billionaires, because if you have no people that can live in your city, who cares that the billionaires get to live there? Also, can I just say, I love the idea of millionaires being like, New York is going to put taxes on me. Well, I'm going to go move to one of the other great cities in the United States, like oh, I'm gonna go move to Houston. Yeah. It's like, dude, like Tel Aviv is crazy. Stop. I would love to see a billionaires only city. You could fill a town at best, but just try to imagine them doing literally anything. Yeah, it's just a fucking joke. As a Texan, no one says they want to move to Houston. Yeah. $5 closer to $72.5 million. Okay, let's look at the $72 million house. Let's see.
Someone else had already filmed
Now that I
it
can
for-
basically afford it. Now that I can basically afford this house so we can all live in it together, chat. Let's take a look. Flocky, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs, by the way. Thank you. Dirter, thank you for the 4 months.
11 bedrooms and 13 and a half bathrooms with a master
11 bedrooms. There's 4,000 of us. We can make it work.
bathroom bigger than many New York apartments. Marble floors and a grand piano. And an air-conditioned garage that fits 5 cars.
Oh, this is how the other half lives. Oh, there's not half.
This isn't even the 1%. It's a tiny fraction of a fraction. And the gap between this world and the ones most Floridians live in is growing.
It's become a bit harder because everything of like bills like you need to pay up.
get more higher in your paycheck.
Wait, let me get this straight. You want the people who build all the housing to live well? What the fuck do you think this is? Communism? No.
The same or just go up like $1.
According to recent data, nearly half of all Floridians live paycheck to paycheck. Even some Republican lawmakers are starting to say this out loud.
If you look at Naples,
Sorry, jump scare. Rick Scott.
if you look at Palm Beach, even some of the areas in Miami, the poor are having and middle class are having a hard time. This can't go on.
God, he's just like so smooth in a way that makes me uncomfortable.
I've seen different cycles in the city. My employees, where my barber, where the delivery guys, more and more said,
Isn't that the guy Hassan Piker personally murdered? Yeah.
we can't afford to live here anymore.
Rick Scott did an Ozempic version of those white aliens from Covenant. I haven't seen Covenant.
Ringlev is a restaurant owner who's lived in Miami for more than 25 years. Watching the city change around him, he started posting about it online.
We made it to last in affordable housing.
And something unexpected happened.
I'm receiving hundreds and thousands of messages in my DM. Everybody is telling me the same story. And it's people that are really about to be homeless. A reality has kicked in. The majority of our residents are struggling. We have 54% of our population is house burdened.
House burdened means when you spend more than 30% of your income on housing. And the people feeling that the most, they're leaving.
It's true, there's people moving here, but the ones that are moving in are making like double the income of what the current residents get.
Statewide, for every 10 people who move in, about 9 leave. And they aren't just snowbirds looking for a change of scenery. They're young workers, families, retirees.
A lot of people don't know this, but it was actually Rick Scott who was depicted in the Scream painting. Oh. I thought it was one of his victims.
And the service workers the state's entire tourism industry depends on.
I saw Ken Griffin's interview on Fortune, and he was talking about Miami and how Miami is going to be the next wealth capital. He did mention
That's fucking everyone at this point. I make $3K a month and my rent is $2K. I mean, it's just like obscene. It's so crazy to me that people fall for like the fucking propaganda of like, no, we can't tax the billionaires. Okay? If we tax them at all, they're gonna get richer slower. and maybe they can't buy their 17th yacht this month. And that wouldn't be okay. So maybe you should just grow the fuck up and spend all your money on rent and live in a shoebox and have nothing and eat bugs and then die. How about that? It's like, what? I don't know. I disagree. Maybe. But it's okay because I'm just a temporarily embarrassed billionaire. And one day that'll be me. It'll be good, guys. Aw, thank you, Wetterberg. I love your stream, Denim. Literally light in a very dark world, not exaggerating. Thanks. I know sometimes people feel like, well, not. Sorry, let me correct my speech. I try to keep the streams light and fun because it's like, hey, man, sometimes there's nothing you can do. And being depressed about it isn't going to make your life better. As sad as that is. But, hey, if we can have some fun while the world crashes and burns, wouldn't that be better than just being depressed about it? Ken Griffin kind of got a shirt look going on with the too long suit draped over the table. Depressed and laughing better than just depressed. Yep. Besides, guys, we're about to have League Classic. Think about it. We're about to go back. Make League great again. It can always get worse. No way League Classic is a real thing. Oh, it's real. They said they're bringing back season 3. They said season 3 to 5, 3/5. So think about how exciting that will be when we all get to play League Classic together. Thanks, Denim. Now I'm more depressed. Two-shotting people with Scion AP Pugger. The thing everyone was asking for. Do the skins carry over? I actually don't. I don't know. I actually don't know. Denim, stop instantly. I blame you when I boot up League. Sorry. My bad. I will be playing. I never got to play League Classic because I didn't like the game, but now I'm down. And on that note, on leaving you guys with League Classic, I'll stick to CS2. Okay, that's a hell of its own making, so I don't know. It's not much better, bro. Anyways, I will be heading off for today, but I'll be back again for Saturday. Tomorrow we will have a fun Saturday stream planned for everybody. Please have a great rest of your day, everybody. Stay hydrated. Tell your homies you love them, and I will see all of you guys tomorrow. Bye.